But thanks for being here, Lynn. I was begging her for a quorum the other day. Sure. Secondly, I just before we start, I'd just like to congratulate the commissioner and all the staff members, David, Glenda, everybody here, just for the legislative session. Mm-hmm. And I've picked up glimpses of reading the emails, and they can't believe, Raymond said he can't believe we scheduled the commissioner.
He doesn't remember his name.
I think we've got bits and pieces, but would you just kind of give us an overview? And I'm sorry you got to be here the day after the legislative session, but it's all good news. So if you could give us a quick update, Raymond, I appreciate that.
Well, we need to go through all the last-minute legislation and make sure that we understand everything fully. But I think we came out very strongly. There's well over $100 million more in financial aid. I think it's $120 million in Texas grant. Is it
93?
Is it 93? Mm-hmm. And then 35 and
37 for Beyond Time.
37 for Beyond Time.
Additional 5 for work study and 5 for TEOG. So that's all good news.
That we received a very significant increase in funding for financial aid. A lot of the bills that we were really concerned about made it through. Our bonding bills, which 10 days ago were in big trouble, were all passed at the very last minute, so we will be able to issue bonds so that we can create more loans. We continue to work on infrastructure issues. For example, we propose that the recommended high school program be the minimal criterion for admission to universities. That passed. We now have been given the authority to establish a way to calculate the grade point average, which is no minor detail. And that apparently what we determined supersedes what TEA does, and so that's also interesting. We were given formal authority to oversee governor's schools. We're doing bridge programs and
summer programs.
We are going to have oversight of the incentive funding program, which was funded at the level of $100 million, including $8 million will be set aside for scholarships or grants of some type. We had 2 strategic planning pieces of legislation that passed. One was Jeannie Morrison's resolution that creates this commission. It's really a follow-up to the governor's business council, which creates a short-term commission which will make recommendations regarding the creation of this thing that the governor's business council called the Texas Compact. And then Zaffarini's bill, Senate Bill 1234, also passed, which gives the coordinating board very broad authority to do strategic planning for higher education in Texas. And we will have what's called in the legislation itself a master plan for higher education in Texas. So all in all, we did extremely well. Our budget was preserved. There are even some items in there. There's $500,000 that we were allocated that nobody quite understands what we're supposed to do with, but we'll take it.
Figure something out.
So it was a very good budget for us and for higher education. I think ultimately the lieutenant governor told me that there's close to $1.5 billion in extra funding for higher education this biennium. So I think we have reason to be very optimistic. I want to echo what Whit said. We had a lot of people who worked very hard on this session, particularly our government relations people, Laura Weber and Dominic Chavez, Mark Cefario, and Terry Flack were these last couple of weeks, they were down at the legislature at the Capitol 15, 16, 17 hours a day, and all weekend. They were there all weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So we had extraordinary performance by staff in this whole process.
The agenda, setting the dates for the agenda. We now can post our agenda as with other agencies. We don't have to do it 30 days ahead of time, which is going to be a big plus.
Yeah.
What happened with formula funding? I mean, just snapshot, didn't it?
Let's see.
Community colleges. And
Formula funding for community colleges went up 6%.
Right, it's about 6% for the community colleges. The universities, I haven't seen, depends on how the incentive funding, and I haven't seen the riders that go with that, so that will add some to all of them. I think the universities made out about 6%. I think it was close to the 6% across the board. Health related, I think, got more, actually.
They got more.
They got more.
And the institutions that didn't have a lot of enrollment growth, which would obviously drives formula funding, they were held harmless.
Held harmless, yeah. They wouldn't lose more than 3%. Even if they lost their contact hours or semester credit hours went down, they're still held to 3% loss.
Okay. Good. Well, congratulations to everybody. I mean, job very well done. And maybe we can all get back to normal schedule and focus on things we love to do.
A couple of days at least.
Yeah. So,
Raymond, I assume our email buddy Dominic will send us a final synopsis.
As soon as it does so. For example, we haven't seen some of the legislation. We have not seen the legislation on incentive funding, so we're scurrying around trying to get copies of that. But yes, you will have a summary. As soon as we know what the final outcomes were, we will let you know.
We know what it is.
Sometimes there'll be some things that people didn't anticipate that were there, even the legislators that you find, line may have not been deleted or.
And the governor's veto goes until June 18th.
Yes, and as all of you know, the legislature did an interesting thing this time. They made some items, issues, veto-proof, and others are susceptible, vulnerable to veto, and we don't know what the governor's position will be on a number of issues, but I have a meeting scheduled with members of the governor's staff to make sure that we're trying to do all we can to make sure that the issues we care about are not vetoed. So,
thanks so much. Before we take off, we have two action items we'll cover first. But first of all, Lane, will you kind of give us an update on your meeting, your P316 meeting in San Antonio?
Again, I need to open up by thanking the staff that really pulled together and helped us out. Catherine and Tracy, Chris, everybody helped out greatly to make this thing, I hope, which will be a success. Now, the true test will come when we actually have it formed, but I think we're well off to a good start. What the staff helped us do was put together an agenda that began with the mayor's opening comments to the group about the importance of P16 and how it's relevant to our city, followed up with comments by Commissioner Neely, and then a home run by Commissioner Paredes. Then we had Dr. Paul Ruiz, who has kind of been working in P16 since the early 90s across the country with the Education Trust Foundation, who told us what it was and what it wasn't. Then we had a breakout session where Lori and her team, we had Dr. Barra from El Paso and Rio Grande City present what their P16 councils were all about, which was really cool because there were 3 different models. Also 3 different time frames. So our community got the benefits of those maverick communities that have been doing this and are getting out there and doing that. And Tracy led a series of questions for each of our discussion tables, and we're in the process of pulling all that information together. And the mayor announced a formation committee that would then take all this input and begin to establish the framework for the actual P16 council. So hopefully we had great attendance. There's a little bit of controversy, as you might imagine. We had discussion about workforce. We had discussion about, other activities going on, but we're going to take all that input and move forward in a positive manner.
That's good. There are a major number of those people coming to the summit.
Hopefully the formation committee will be all coming to the summit.
Good. Well, that's a great first step, San Antonio.
I think so.
Thanks for your work. Laurie and everybody else for helping put together.
And staff.
Yeah, thanks. The first agenda item is going to be the uniform recruitment and retention strategy, and Glenda's going to give us a report and recommendation. Glenda?
Looking down here so I can see the overheads.
And that's item 7, if you want, we're kind of skipping around the package. So.
Georgia, that's not the right presentation. I need URRS. I sent it to you Friday. It's the revised URRS. Okay, well, technology and trying. This is what happens when you have a holiday the day before the board meeting. You get the transparencies, the overheads out of whack. What I want to start with is why are we trying to change what we've been doing with the URRS? And there's some very good reasons why we need to change, because we haven't been using it very effectively. You remember that the Uniform Recruitment and Retention Strategy law was passed in 1999, and it directs the coordinating board to identify and implement strategies to improve the recruitment and retention of students in the state. And what we did as staff, a decision was made that we would work with the institutions and the institutions would identify programs that they would offer to accomplish the URRS, and that they would report to us on an annual basis. Well, what we know now in looking back at it, the commissioner has brought it to our attention of the staff that we were not using it, we were not putting sufficient emphasis on the Uniform Recruit and Retention Strategy. And what we know is we have not used it the way we should have in order to impact the participation and success goal. The current retention numbers show a significant loss of students each year. We need a statewide focused effort to share what works across institutions and to help them put those programs into place. An example of that would be College Connection. One of the things that we know through the Star Award process that works, and we need to get that information out to the field and encourage other institutions who are in a position to take advantage of that. And the board and the staff have really taken a passive role with the URRS. The reports come in, staff review the reports, they're put up on the web, but there's no sustained effort to pull out the best of those programs and get that information shared. Nor do we really take a strong stance or a strong enough stance when institutions do not take it as seriously as they should, and their reports are either incomplete or not filed during the time frame that they're supposed to be filed. Next slide, please. So what we are in a position to do now is recommend some changes to the URRS. We need to raise the level of performance expectations for the institutions. We need to let them know that the board and the staff is taking it very seriously. And that institutions, every institution has some programs that work. But in many cases, as we see with Star Award applications, they're not to the scale to serve a significant percentage of the students at the institution. They are very narrowly focused on a particular population. They meet a particular description of at-risk students in some cases. And what we need to do is work with those institutions so that they can move those programs that clearly are successful to scale so that they're serving far more students on the campus to provide the benefit of whatever the program offers, whether it's recruitment or retention related. We need to tie the progress that the institutions are making. The information in the accountability system is really there to do an analysis of the progress that institutions are making. We just haven't made that tie public. We don't refer to the accountability system when we're looking at some of the data. So we need to more visibly tie the accountability system and the measurement of progress toward the URRS in a much more public way. Our staff needs to do more analysis of the accountability system data and how it should impact the URRS for a particular institution. So we need to be looking at the information that's available to us through the accountability system and looking at the reports that the institution files as we do our analysis of how successful they have been. And then we need to put some real meat in the URRS in terms of getting people's attention and of us taking it very seriously. We need to use it in decisions where it's appropriate. And that's one of the areas that the staff has not fleshed out at this point. We believe there would be a way that it could help make good decisions related perhaps to facilities, programs, requests, tuition revenue bond request ratings. I don't have a concrete plan at this point, and we will be working with Susan and her staff to develop those. But we know that there are ways that we can use the results of an institution's progress on the URRS in making recommendations to the board on a number of decisions that the board makes routinely. Next slide. For fiscal year 2008, which is really our transition year, so to speak, because we're moving in this direction, we're going to have to notify institutions if the board chooses to adopt this in July. The recruitment strategies, the institutions would need to select at least one of these types of programs to implement and to take to scale. And that, of course, would be partnerships with high-need public schools. You hear us refer to the House Bill 400 schools, which was one of the high-need groups identified by legislation as those school districts that have the fewest number of students percentage-wise going on to college. Pre-college academic outreach programs like those summer bridge programs that we are able to do this year for the first time with House Bill 1 funds. Institutions do those all the time, but they may need to be doing those to serve more students than they're currently serving. So that would be an area. And then programs like that will help students fill out applications, the financial aid application, the common application for college, Apply Texas. Those kind of programs would be similar to College Connection. For the persistence strategies, we're really trying to move from retention to persistence, and I'm having trouble with that, but I'll work on it. We need to be able to see financial aid programs and their packaging policies support retention efforts. So working on the financial aid side of the house will be one of the things that the staff here will be encouraging with the institutions. We would have them select tutoring and mentoring programs, perhaps, academic support programs where you're trying to get the students college ready, perhaps, and then a real emphasis on academic advising, giving students the information they need to make the decisions that they need so that they can be successful and be retained. The element that we have really left out, as I referred to earlier, is how we evaluate it. And so our proposal here is that we'll actually rely a lot on the data that's available through the accountability system to help us evaluate performance. We would use supplemental data reporting as we need it. And right now, one of those supplemental areas would be first-generation students. our current collection system doesn't identify those students who are first generation. And so it is our intent that we would have the institutions report that separately so that we could use it. Susan has indicated that they are beginning to move in that direction to amend our reporting process so that that information would come into us in a routine way. And I assume at that point would then become part of the accountability system information that would be available. And then those reports that come into us annually from the institutions, our staff would fully review those. We would no longer just read through them and put them on the web. And then we would have an actual evaluation of the report and work with the institution if it was inadequate so that we could get the appropriate information to make some sort of judgment about their URS. Now, some of the ways that that information could be used, we provide an annual report to the board on the performance results, and we haven't really been doing that as such in terms of here's how people are doing, how the institutions are doing with the programs that they have selected. We would identify those programs that should be put out in front of everybody as very successful programs and to encourage other institutions who are struggling to replicate those programs. So we would be doing something similar to what we do with the Star Wars programs, only we would be initiating it at the staff level. And then we would need to be able to collaborate with the institutions for improved performance. And we have not been staffed at a level, nor have we had sufficient emphasis on that for us to do that. And so that's one of the changes that we would put into place. In summary, we need to increase the emphasis on achieving the participation and success goals, and this is one of the strategies to do that. And we need to link those programs that are in place with performance data so that we'll be able to get the good results and know what we need to do. I'd be happy to answer questions. Anybody?
What would be the consequences to a university that didn't comply? I see that probably most universities will say, well, we're already doing this. And I think the key here is taking it to scale, and that we'll be watching, and reporting. But what would be a consequence?
Well, Ms. Berger, what I think we would be doing, at least initially, till we really get the staff levered up to do this, when we use the process of increasing our emphasis, I think our initial efforts will be in support and help, offering suggestions, because we're going to have to change the way we've been thinking about it as staff. And so I think the institutions on the first couple of reports that we prepare, whose performance is lacking, we're going to do technical assistance. Very much what we do with our technical programs in Joe Stafford's area. We have an institutional effectiveness arm that looks at programs that aren't doing well and provides some alternatives. It may be actually finding the woman at SFA that presented on their very successful program. We might, if that's appropriate, if an institution's not doing well retaining students, we may actually have ask another institution to come in to work with them, partner up to strengthen the programs. So I think initially we're not going to be trying to penalize any institution. And I think that's one of the things that this committee and the board would decide later, once we really see how much progress we can make by being on the proactive end of it. We haven't, as a staff, talked about how we would use it in terms of saying you're not doing well, therefore you don't get. I don't think we're at that penalty stage yet.
Maybe on the flip side, we can use some of the money to, since it would be part of the accountability system, to reward universities that are doing well and that can show measurable results.
And I think that's where we'd all like to go.
All right.
Commissioner?
Well, the incentive funding bill that just passed will be a big, will provide great leverage to us, because the incentive funding proposal is based on the retention and the graduation of at-risk students and students in critical areas like STEM. So that will be a huge inducement for universities to perform more effectively in this area. That will certainly help us on the retention part of this strategy. And we have other, the increased funding for work study. That money is targeted for academic tutoring, outreach activities, and so forth. So that'll be another way that we can get universities to help us more in this regard.
Linda mentioned the collection of first-generation data, and the connection there is, in fact, to the incentive funding proposal and to the accountability system. So that was part of what's going on here. Is Linda's really connecting the dots between several efforts and bringing them together, and it hasn't totally been worked out. I think Joe may have some things to add here.
I think Commissioner's already made the most important point. We've had a very strong incentive all along, and having not too long ago been on a campus where I was trying to work that incentive, and in fact succeeded, I think, in getting the highest percentage increase in the last biennium by working on recruitment and retention. I can tell you the incentive is there. It's the question of the knowledge to do it, and to the extent that we can be successful in providing good technical information, I think the response will follow pretty quickly. Don't believe we need negatives, or just the positives are pretty strong.
There are, in fact, some incentives built into the current formula system related to persistence, and not all schools fully recognize that. So part of it is simply making more information available so that institutions do realize if they do help the student continue to persist, it does help stabilize their budget. It does provide dollars for that student. That at some level they know that, but they don't always make the connection, and we need to help them make that connection.
Should we not also, and I think we talked about this in Neil's last meeting, I think Lorraine's here today, but and I'm not saying you make this as part of the requirement criteria, but when I think about programs, when I think about TRBs, when I think about facilities, to me, we ought to, when we're doing that process, we ought to be looking at URS, we ought to be looking at those certain measures out of the accountability system. I think we talked about that in our last meeting, and I'm not saying that is a yay or nay as to whether you get a facility or whether you get a tuition revenue bond, but I think personally I'd like to have that information to look at every time we're looking at a program, or and I think we've had that information somewhere in the strategic planning. We've got that data sheet that's the back, but it's kind of hard to, the key thing is what are those key items we ought to be focusing in on. So I'd like to see us not say these are absolute points in the TRB process necessarily, but to have that is where we can at least have that information to look at.
Mr. Chairman. And I agree wholeheartedly with your comments, and I believe it should be weighed into those decisions that we make, so that there are some data inputs to the overall go no go type of decisions that we make. But maybe we'll get there someday. I was going to ask if there was any discussion, and I don't even know if this is appropriate, for one of the options under number 1 to include P16 initiatives for higher ed, faculty, and whatnot. I know there's a discussion that faculty's not rewarded, they're not compensated, there's no incentive for them to really work on P16 initiatives. Could that be one of the options? I don't know if that's appropriate.
Where are you looking?
On the URS.
Yeah, under the recruitment strategy.
Under URS .1, recruitment strategy / program. There's 3.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
The partnerships with high needs schools, that list.
Right. I don't know if that's appropriate, if that's the way we want to. Is that a good fit here?
I think it's a good suggestion. I can't quite think through it at this point. What I'd like to do is we'll bring that back to our staff working group and see how we can shape that up.
If it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Good point. And Lane, I don't disagree with you. Ultimately, I think we should get there. I just think with going from where we've been on URS, which is basically a report flows in and nothing happens to where we're going to go. I think over time, I'd like to see us get there.
Absolutely,
also.
I'm with you.
Sure.
No way, they have to be.
I wonder if your study group who's working on this could think about whether there might be a more descriptive term to use than to scale.
Oh,
Because I think that the goal is we want to serve more students, right?
that's correct.
But I think the way to there is probably to know a lot about these discrete groups of students. We don't want to discourage that. You know, we don't want to say just have one giant program.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And that point is well taken. In fact, David Gardner brought that up on Friday afternoon, and my intent was to go back and make that clearer, and I did not do it. And so,
That's great.
absolutely.
I'll just give you an example. I learned recently that ACC has a program, an outreach program for kids who are aging out of the foster care system, which I just thought was such a wonderful thing. And of course, that's, you know, just in the hundreds of kids each year, but it's still important.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
I have a real quick question, just out of curiosity. Does the philosophy of weed out courses still exist?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, weed out.
And I think Joe has been the person in working with course redesign and been most recently on a campus that can reinforce that statement in terms of it still being there.
In fact, there's frequently some disagreement even within departments where there are multiple sections of the same course. There will be some sections that are weed out sections and some that are not. I can just tell you that was one of the things that we found that made a fairly significant difference at UTSA.
And of course, that's counter to everything we're trying to do. Is that a mindset where we are aggressively trying to change, or especially in the STEM fields?
Yes.
I know that.
That's very much a part of what this course redesign and the engagement of the students and setting clear standards of performance rather than allowing the standards to vary from section to section can make a huge difference. You still need to weed out a few students, particularly those that don't engage, but that's, for the most part, I think that's what we really find.
Survival of the fittest almost, I mean, you know. I don't know if that's something we specifically say or just something we work on.
One of the best predictors of who will not be back as a sophomore are those who got a D, an F, or a W in at least one course. And if that's because the student didn't plug in and do the work, then that may be appropriate. If it's because of the random draw of a particular instructor or being counseled into a course that they shouldn't have been counseled into, then that's a system failure.
Gary Hansen, who's currently at UT System, previously at UT Austin, when he was at University of Minnesota many years ago, began to hone in on this. I believe it was chemistry that he examined, and in looking at Introduction to Chemistry, he discovered that in fact the problem was one professor, and everything else being equal, that professor tended to fail many people, and that the standards were different, and they essentially took that person out of that course, replaced him, and resolved the problem. At UT Austin, I don't recall which course, but they've identified at least a key course in which they've determined if they fail their first exam, this is a little different, that they're likely to, in fact, fail the course. It's not too surprising, and they've developed an intervention process, so as soon as they fail on that first exam, they intervene, and it's made a large difference. And we've not examined that. I think that would be worth looking at, or at least sharing that process with other institutions if they're not doing it. I think that has promise for improving persistence. I think
this is the kind of technical help that I think we really can make a difference on, and it is right down in the weeds, but those are important weeds when they start crowding out the good results.
Just wear your boots.
One of the issues that we're going to talk about in the context of P16 work, and something that we have to figure out in higher education is, and I think some of you have heard me say this before, there's a fundamental there's a fundamentally false assumption that we make in higher education, and that assumption is that from the time that students graduate from high school, and I'm talking about those students that go immediately to college from high school. We assume that from the time they graduate high school and the time they step onto a college campus, they've suddenly transformed themselves into adults. And so when students go to college, we don't take roll. Faculty don't take roll by and large. We don't do anything to assure that they actually do their homework, that they come and sit for exams and so forth, because we say they're adults and they're supposed to look after themselves. Well, of course, that assumption is absolutely false in the case of most students. Now many students make the adjustment. They go on scholastic probation the first semester of the first year, but they manage to catch up. But it is very much a sink or swim attitude. John Gardner, who has spent most of his career at the University of South Carolina and was a vice chancellor at the community college system of North Carolina, has done a lot of research in this area, and he's found that when universities or community colleges implement first-year programs that help students make the adjustment from high school to college, the retention rates and academic performance shoot up. And he talks about every university in the country, every community college in the country having a 3-unit credit course or 3-hour credit course that helps students make the transition, tells them, gives them advice, gives them instruction, gives them assistance in study skills and the responsibilities that faculty and colleges and universities expect from students. And we probably should take a look at this model. There's some evidence that you can do this in summer bridge programs between the senior year in high school and the freshman year in college. There are different models that have been successful, but clearly that assumption is just absolutely false. And a lot of students just fall out of the higher education system because of our lack of helping them become adults and helping them become essentially adult learners, where they're at least 50% responsible for their educations. So we're going to take a look at models like that.
Well, having said both those concepts, is that worthy of a bullet note on number 2?
Absolutely.
Other comments?
Great report.
Very good report. And great input from everybody. There being no further comments, could I have a motion to approve the Uniform Recruitment Retention Strategy as presented to us today?
So moved.
Ms. Phillips, second. Ms. Bricker. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by nay. Motion carries. Thank you. The next item, we're going to again take our order. I think is it agenda item 10? Which are all the rules.
Yes.
Yeah. And these rules have been approved by the commissioner for posting in the Texas Register, and we are asking this committee today to recommend they be adopted for the July board meeting. I think we can hopefully go through these pretty quickly.
Yes, we'd like to, but we have some changes have developed over the weekend.
Okay.
Many of these rules, as you read through them, are results of what we believe would be legislation that would pass in a particular form. And we had to go through the process of getting these proposed in order to bring them to you in July as a board to take action. And the wheels kind of came off a few of these. And so what we're going to try to do today is to fairly quickly go through and tell you if you can expect to see these or do we need to draw a line through them. They're not going to be on the agenda for July.
Okay.
Operation of the Education Research Center. Susan, everything ready?
Everything on this are staying exactly as listed in say that one listed last name. Staying exactly as far as we know.
And you should know that these same rules will be adopted
by TEA.
That's correct.
Or
By the commissioner.
By the commissioner. There are commissioner rules over at the TEA side. So.
Anybody have questions on the operating rules? The dual credit rule is simply to add an option for 10th grade students who are wanting to do 11th grade dual credit. It's only for that one grade level, and it adds the ACT's plan as one of the options.
We talked about that some at our last meeting.
Yes, we had that in. ACT had not requested that plan be added until they realized that the PSAT was going to be added, and then they asked for the same consideration. So we have verified the scores, and those are going to be in those rules.
Any questions or comments on that? Okay.
The Texas grant rules. Jane.
Most of the changes in the Texas grant rules were proposed because we anticipated Senate Bill 1699 would pass. And the last word we heard is that although it had been attached to another bill, it was stripped through the conference committee, and therefore it did not pass. So the Texas grant rules as proposed will need to be significantly changed. There's a little bit of cleanup in there for the ongoing program, so there would be a rule coming for July, but it will be much simpler, or the changes that were proposed here, many of them will be eliminated because of that bill not passing.
So this is one of those that, even though our best judgment was that we needed to make these changes that we anticipated having happen, it didn't make it through the process.
Will some form of this, though, be coming back through the board meeting in July?
It will be, yes, sir.
Will we have sufficient posting time to get that done prior to the July board meeting?
Yeah, my understanding of the process, and I'm repeating what has been said to me, is that...
And Bill is shaking his head over here. I didn't realize he was back there. Thank you.
Shaking or nodding?
He's nodding.
That's what you want to see him do.
That's the difference.
Okay, the tuition equalization grant?
The tuition equalization grant, the only change in that is...
Can I go back on the Texas grant? Are we going to... Will we have some summary of this we can look at before the board meeting?
Absolutely. As soon as Jane sees the results of what did pass,
right,
we'll get that to you specifically related to this set of rules.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you a quick question. Do we know yet if there is more money in Texas grants?
Yes, ma'am.
We know that there is.
It is our understanding that the funding for the program was increased by $93 million for the next biennium.
So the initial problem when Texas Grants first was created was that not enough students were opting in. Then too many students were opting in, and they ran the risk of not having their money continue.
Correct.
And so now are we anticipating that the majority of students that...
There will still be a significant number of eligible students who will not be able to get into the program. The estimates needed for full funding of the program was something like a $200 million increase per year of the biennium. We will have an increase in the number who come into the program, especially in the first year, but then they will be renewal students in the second year. And the position of the program has been to give priority to those students who are continuing and making academic progress towards their degrees. And we take care of them first, and only leftover money gets used for new students coming in. So we think there will be some additional students eligible to enter the program, but nowhere close to the number that were eligible to do so. Thank you.
TEG.
For TEG, the only change was coming out of Senate Bill 1699. So if we had the option, we would probably just pull it from the agenda, and I'll need to explore with Bill what our options are with that, since it has been posted. The educational aid exemption, do you want me to move on down the list?
Yes, please.
For educational aid exemption, these are internal changes not dictated or generated through the legislative process, so those rules as proposed would be coming to you. The Texas College Work Study changes, there is a new bill.
Let me make sure we're moving fast here. The education aid exemption program, we will see this modification regarding the issue about clarifying substitute teachers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Those rules as proposed will come forward to you.
Okay. Any questions on that at all? I'm going to slow you down just a little bit and give the committee a chance to in case everybody hadn't read through this, they probably know in this committee they've read every word of it. But any questions on that at all? Okay.
Thank you. For the Texas College Work Study Program, the main changes that are proposed are from a bill that we understand did indeed pass, has gone to the governor for signature. That's Senate Bill 1050. And what we are doing with these proposed rules is remove everything in the student services rules dealing with the mentorship program, with the understanding that the new program with new funding and so forth will now be housed in the Outreach and Success Office, and they will propose their own rules for how that element will be handled. So this will become, once these rule changes are adopted, the student services version of work study will be simply your basic work study program and not the mentorship program, which will have its own separate set of rules coming from the Outreach and Success Office.
Questions?
For the College Access Loan Program, as proposed, those rules would come to you for July. These are not based on legislative changes, but internal improvements and operations.
What was this? I'm just curious. I read that. What was the issue here about cosigners, notarizing, and all that?
My understanding is that the process of getting a notarized signature on the cosign in the co-signature section of an application is cumbersome, and since the cosigners are checked for credit worthiness and so forth before they're allowed to function as a cosigner, it seemed like an unnecessary step for them to go through.
Curious. Thank you.
For fifth-year accounting, this is simply to bring our rules in keeping with already passed statute, which gives the advisory committee the authority to set the award amount each year as opposed to having it set in rule. The amount that they set in the past has been $3,000, which was the amount originally in the statute. But that statute was passed to give the committee the authority to raise that maximum amount if they choose to use the funding in that way. So this just has our rules reflect that change in the statute.
Questions? Okay.
The proposed changes to the preceptor program. This is an exemption program for persons who are employed as preceptors or their children. This is a bill that was passed by the legislature. The only change is to indicate that the preceptor and the child can use this tuition exemption not simply while the preceptor is employed, but if they don't use it at that time, they can use it up to a year after that employment ends. What was happening, I understand, is that many preceptors, their schedule for working was not in sync with a regular semester at school, so it was too late for them to use it for that semester, and this would enable them to use it for the following semester or up to a year of the end of their employment as a preceptor.
Questions? Okay.
You're the first group I've talked to that didn't ask what a preceptor was.
I was going to ask you that.
Okay. The rule changes for veterans and their dependents. There were a half dozen bills introduced, in fact almost closer to a dozen bills introduced to change the exemption program for veterans and their children. One of them we know passed. We're still trying to find out whether another one passed. The rules as proposed assumed both of those were passed and became law. We know some of those will come forward to you as proposed. Some of those might get stripped if that second bill did not get passed. And we're trying to find out at this time whether that went forward or not. The bill that's in question is one that would allow a veteran to sign over unused hours of eligibility for himself or herself to one of their children. It's called the Legacy Bill, and it was proposed last session and this session. It moved through the system this time, but as far as we can tell, it did not get finally adopted, so we're thinking that part is going to drop out.
Jane, does that mean that there will be some rule changes on this, regardless of whether that last bill passed or not?
One bill passed, one bill that we thought would pass does not appear to have. So there will be some changes made to the rules as proposed.
Is there something in there for spouses and dependent children, or just?
There were proposals for that. Those proposals did not pass. The one that did pass extends the program to the children of totally disabled veterans. In the past, it was only for children of deceased veterans. So it does expand the eligible population. There was a proposal to extend it also to the spouses, but that one did not pass.
Questions on that?
There goes my son's MBA.
What I'm hearing then is that, tell me if I'm asking this right, Glenda, is that we're going to need a motion on all of these rules of the board with the exception of C, D, and J. Is that correct? And all the rest of them are correct as presented within the agenda. So the ones that we will wait to hear back through further modification once the legislation is reviewed is the amendment for the Texas grant, the amendment for the TEG, and amendment for the exemption program for veterans and their dependents. That's a long.
Just confirm it. I have a nod.
That nod. That's the way to. I'm not going to make the motion, but I'd love for somebody to make that motion.
So moved.
The second by Ms. Bricker. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
I'd just like to make a note that this is the earliest staff has gotten rules together following the legislative session. So they've done a good job in tracking and getting it together.
It's like a 12-hour rule.
It's remarkable, and they've been looking at it real closely. So.
And unfortunately, on 3 of them, we were a little bit off. Not bad.
But we're ahead of the game. Sometimes some of these wouldn't have come until October. So.
70% is not bad, so thanks so much. Okay, now, Lynn, even though we're through all the things we got to vote on, we hope you stay around a little while. Okay. And I'm going to go back up to the top of the agenda now, and that's to agenda item 3, which is the P through 16 Summit Planning. And this is one that a lot of us have been working on with staff, and staff has really been working on it very hard, and which I appreciate. And Catherine's going to make a report on this, and then Lori, I'd like you to also be very involved in that.
Yeah, I
making that presentation.
Appreciate very much the board's participation in this, because I think ultimately everyone's has an integral part in making this a success around Texas. As you know, we're planning a P16 summit. This is originally the intent was to create a college-going culture, also with the intent of creating well-educated communities. We want participation around Texas, not only P16 council members, those who are already formed, but we also want to see those who aspire to create a P16 council, such as San Antonio is in the midst of doing that very well. And we want to be able to set the platform here for them to get the type of information that they need to either develop a P16 council or to enhance and enrich what they have already established throughout the years, and they're sort of in midstream but maybe just need an additional little boost. Therefore, we are in agreement that having those foot soldiers, so to speak, those advocates throughout the state in helping us to relay the message, in helping us to leverage resources in the communities, in helping teams bring together different perspective of mind to say how can we adequately address the achievement gaps, how can we adequately help students with greater academic attainment, and have this collaboratively to where you have not only the public education, but you have higher education, you have your business perspective workforce at the table, you have your civic communities, you have your community-based organizations, you have faith-based organizations, you have minority advocate groups, You have a wealth of ideas at the table, so that this definitely becomes an entire village or a team trying to help us achieve what it is that we are struggling to do. With all of this in mind, it was the decision to hold the summit, and it will be held on June 20th and 21st in Austin at the DoubleTree Hotel. To date, we have well over 300 that have registered. We have approximately 320 that have registered, and I believe that number is not with CB staff and TEA staff or board members. We are very, very close, I believe, to closing registration, although we did announce that would happen on June the 11th. But we're going to fill up to capacity very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, we already have 2 overflow hotels that are accommodating our guests now, because we have totally filled the number of blocked rooms at the DoubleTree Hotel, which has been extremely accommodating to us.
Do we have a maximum number that we can accommodate?
We'd hate to put a maximum number on this. We don't want to close registration, obviously. We want to make sure that we have all the major participants at the table. I do believe that at some point we're going to have to look at 350, 375, and then we need to start looking carefully at who's at the table. We do have 7 breakout rooms. We do have a ballroom that will break down to 3 rooms. So we are, planning some breakout sessions and some larger general sessions as well.
Catherine, do we? I'll tell you, I've asked Lori to work with Catherine and the group in terms of helping to shape this because of her involvement. Houston, the great job she's done down there, and want her to comment on it too. But we've really made an effort for, I think almost everybody here knows this, to really shape this audience. And I want to really thank all the board members, some who aren't here, who have really helped in that, making calls to certain people. And I don't know what, our success has been in that in terms of getting these different communities represented. But I guess 2 questions. One, do we have the communities represented that we had originally targeted to have represented? And secondly, do we have a good representation from the public education arena?
To date, as of this morning, I can give you counts by region, and then what I'd like to do at the end of your meeting today is to provide you with a registrant list, one that you have not seen before. This is broken down by region, and it's broken down by participant in each category as we deem, and as Education Trust deems, as a key factor in being at the table. We do submit a waiver at this point to say that we did our best to put people in these different categories. So you may not agree if you know this person in particular from your region. You say, this person.
Let me say, as of Thursday, we didn't have the representation I don't believe that we would like to have from the ISDs. Is that correct, Linda? And that we did not have the representation that we would like from the business communities. I think that's really what you're asking. And that's a concern. Do you want to talk some, Catherine or Glenda, to what you're doing to address that?
Yes, currently we have, obviously our higher education is still at the majority, 170 that have filled out the registration form saying that this is, their major, this is what they reflect as higher education. 24 community representatives, 3 students, 69 that have signed up saying they are a council member, a P16 council member, 30 ISD employees, and 24 that signed up as an ISD teacher/counselor, for a total of 320. As far as by region, 76 in the Central region, 43 in the Gulf Coast region, 12 in High Plains, 31 in the Metroplex, 7 in Northwest, 85 in South Texas, 29 in Southeast, 8 in Upper East, 12 in Upper Rio Grande, and 17 in the West region.
Did the community members that she cited, 24, is that business? Or is that there another category?
I believe is business inside the community representative area. We'll find out.
Okay. It's Chamber of Commerce and Business.
Yeah.
It is. Okay. Yes, it is.
Okay.
And what we have an actual plan of how to address the public school absence, the business absence, and the community absence. Catherine is working with the Chambers of Commerce across the state to improve that. I'm in touch with or have attempted to be in touch with the 28 workforce board chairs across the state. Larry Temple, the executive director of TWC, suggested that would be one of the better ways to get business people to the table, people who are absolutely active in the local community. Now, they may not be the person that comes, but my outreach to them is who is the appropriate business people to be at the table representing your area of the state. So we're hopeful that that's going to net out people. We are working with the members of the Texas School Alliance, which is the
Texas School Alliance, which represents the 30 largest school districts with the greatest minority population in Texas. And Dr. David Anthony, who's current chair of that group, and of which Commissioner Paredes spoke to a few weeks ago, has graciously extended an open invitation to all of those member superintendents and their executive staff, making the invitation for this. Evie Hyatt is in contact with the education service centers, and of course all of the board members are active in their areas. So I feel as though we have a very good plan as far as continuing to personally invite and make phone contacts or email contacts to the key players that we don't yet have. And therefore, the reason that we broke down the registration so that you could take this back with you today, here again by region and by a categorization, whether they represent a 2-year college, a 4-year college, a local advocacy organization, public education, PTA group, business area, and such. And you'll have this by name, by position, by city. And then the other thing that I wanted to just briefly go over with you is the fact that we have been in contact. We finalized the agenda last week. Commissioner Paredes has given us approval to release this today, and we have several confirmations now on the speakers that are going to present, such as Mr. Perryman, Steve Murdoch, Paul Ruiz with Ed Trust, who has been very instrumental in helping us plan and put this together as he helped the San Antonio area. Sheila Jones, who represents the Georgia P16 office. Dale McManus, who is going to do a breakout session on early childhood for us, and she's over the Readiness for Children for Learning Education Center. Lori Bricker and Susanna Navarro, who are going to talk about lessons learned from P16 councils. Marina Walmy, we should hear back from today. She's been out of the country for 2 weeks. She has been invited to speak on educator quality. Bob Wimpelberg on socio and economic context of P16 councils from the Greater Houston Council area, along with, we've extended an invitation to Elaine Barber, who is Vice President for the Education Workforce Houston Partnership. We've received confirmation from Brad Phillips, who is over the CalPAS California Partnership for achieving academic student success. as well as confirmation from Dr. Scott Swale, who's the president of Educational Policy Institute, to talk about retention strategies, who just held an extremely successful two-day summit in San Antonio last week on retention strategies. And Lori Rich, along with representatives from various chambers and business reps, who will be doing a breakout session on aligning educational and workforce interests and the business involvement, what that means for P16.
And just a note about, if you go from that one about 7 back, those are all breakout sessions. Those aren't
Correct.
sessions in which everyone would attend.
Yes, that's correct. Starting with Jill McManus with early childhood. And day 2 luncheon speaker, Adolfo Bermeo, senior scholar with the Pell Institute, that Commissioner Paredes made a personal invitation, was able to get him to come. And then we close with reflections on the summit led by Mr. Ryder and various regional P16 council representatives. So we have a full day and a half of major sessions and breakout sessions, and in the midst of that we will have a couple of opportunities for these groups to break out, to analyze data, and to start working on their own action plan within their regions.
You say something about who you've been trying to contact from the business community to speak with Raymond early in the conference and also to moderate the panel. Did you mention that? I didn't hear that.
We have been in contact. I originally was in contact with Larry Temple with Texas Workforce Commission.
And currently who is?
Anson Green is our contact right now from Texas Workforce Commission.
Okay. What about the head of the Greater Houston Partnership?
Jeff Mosley? Oh, yes, Jeff Mosley. And I don't have a firm from Jeff, from Mr. Mosley himself.
No.
But his staff has indicated that it is on his calendar for that day. And so the expectation is that he would respond to me today. He was out. And he didn't respond when they thought he would. But apparently his calendar is okay. So I have my fingers crossed. I'll be checking email during lunch. Maybe we'll have that by then. He was very interested, is what I was told. Sorry, David, I just didn't snap.
You know, I think that the staff has responded incredibly to our concerns initially, and I think that this is shaped up really beautifully. I think it looks really good. One of the things that I kept hearing was, you know, where's the business perspective on this? And now that I'm hearing the latest, it sounds like there's a lot from the very kickoff throughout. One of the concerns that I have still is how we manage the audience. We're making such an effort to get the right kinds of people there. We have to capitalize on that, and I'm still concerned about that. I talked to y'all about whether we should have teams at the table. In other words, you know, Team San Antonio, Team South Texas, Team whatever, or whatever we want to call them, because to me, rather than split us up, which is helpful in some situations, like Elaine, when you did it for your kickoff, it was extremely helpful. But for this, I think, and this is just my opinion, and I want to hear your input, but to me, if we're sitting as a team and something is said, even just eye contact going, you know, we should do this, or we didn't think about this. Those are the kinds of things that are going to be really, really critical about when the team goes home and they all say, we heard that, and remember when so-and-so said that. The other piece is in breakout session and how we maximize that. We want to make sure that the group representing each community gets the full impact. So we might even suggest to them that they split up. How many breakout sessions at a time are going to? 7. So, I mean, it's possible that the team can break up and go to these different sessions. The other concern is the follow-through. Once everybody goes home and the excitement wears off, we need to have some sort of follow-through and connection with everyone that came. And maybe, to me, I think that board members can take a lead in this and say to their communities, okay, you were there, you heard it, let's regroup and maybe even encourage each of the communities to regroup after they get home in 2 or 3 weeks or even a month and say, okay, what did we hear? What makes us different? There's something else. The 69 council members, P16 council members, those probably are business and K-12.
Right.
That is who they are. So I'm not as concerned about people not, the right kinds of people not coming anymore. I think we were all concerned at first that we'd get like random people that didn't really connect. I think that with what is going to be critical is not what happens at the summit from this point on, because I think that that's really looking good. I think it's how the audience responds and what the follow-up is going to be.
To address your follow-up, Commissioner Paredes had talked with us a few weeks back about having more representation at the state P16 council meetings of P16, of regional P16 councils. So I think we have an opportunity there to take some of this back to the state P16 council in a way that they can provide feedback and have a platform, so to speak.
That's an excellent idea. Even if they're like, you know, on an advisory capacity or a subcommittee or whatever, but maybe to take one person from each of the communities that comes and invite them personally to the next state P16 and involve them and engage them.
Another suggestion that has been brought forward so that we keep the momentum that we were talking about with San Antonio was to have another summit, to have, you know, in the form of an institute where they can really come back and have some quiet time together to formulate and continue with their plans and to report out and to talk more about, have more of an opportunity to share what it is that's working and not working among themselves. So there's another opportunity there too.
One of the things I thought was really helpful that Elaine did in San Antonio was at the end, and this might not be a good time to have it at the end of a day and a half long because I think you'll lose people, but at the end we were at tables and there were certain questions that we addressed. What was missing? Who are the kinds of people that are missing from our P16 or our community? What is the one important issue that we need to remember that should be a priority? What were some of the other questions, Elaine? I thought they were excellent.
There were 6 of them, and they were priority order. And Tracy and Dr. Ruiz were the ones who put those together. But it's all about culling out information to to input to the actual formation. Off the top of my head, I can't. Can you throw out a few more?
Well, basically, who needs to be at the table
Right.
That isn't.
If you're not present right now, we'd like them to come in and be involved in this discussion. Some of the other questions were if we, like Lori said, if we had to focus on one issue,
what would it be? Yeah.
I guess more so to engage the participants to think about next steps and what was important versus what's not important, and particularly for the San Antonio community. After analyzing some data that they were presented with, where would you like to make your next move based on specifically what's important to this region? And we'll also make that data available for all of the regions that will be present at this P16 summit.
Is that the college going data?
Yeah. It's all the data.
It's
right.
It's pretty substantial. It's got developmental ed, enrollment, retention, information on the public schools.
But what I thought was very clever at the advisement of Dr. Reese and Tracy, I mean, they did put them in priority order, so if you ran out of time, question number 6 wasn't as important as question number 1, 2, 3. So I think that was very helpful as well.
Maybe since there might not be time for that, maybe that's the take-home. Maybe that's what, that the call to action is that there will be a follow-up meeting in your own community, and whether it's, board members that kind of spearhead that, or whether it's the P16s themselves, or however that works, and that would be a framework, because I thought that was extremely helpful.
I'll be developing a toolkit with Dr. Ruiz that each will be made available to the participants at the summit, and part of the dialogue that they'll have in the breakout sessions by region will be to begin their action plan based on the analysis of the data. And within that toolkit will also be a plan of action. So after this meeting is over, what are our next steps, and I'll be following up with the different regions to perhaps if they're at that point at which Lane was to have a P16 kickoff, I can get involved just to serve kind of as a catalyst for this.
So that data will be provided to every community there as to their specific county and or city or whatever.
At the meeting, not follow up, but at the meeting.
Susan's staff is already working on that.
Yeah, Jennifer's working on all of that and getting that pulled, and we've actually got some additional information.
And will they get that at the front end of the summit or at the back end of the summit?
In their registration packets.
Good.
When they pick up their materials, it will be there.
One additional thing that we've discussed is, that we've had some P16 meetings around the state with the support of the Houston Endowment and Lumina. We do have some dollars left for that, and we had discussed prior to thinking about the P16 Summit having additional meetings in places like Lubbock, Midland, Odessa, Tyler, potentially if you were interested. I'm blanking on the two other locations at this point, but it did occur to me that we could, in fact, I think we would have the latitude. We need to check it with AGB, but to use that as something that we could follow up with, in fact, the areas that don't have P16 councils in place and have a meeting similar to the one that was just had in San Antonio and have that as somewhat of an incentive. We think we can have 5 of those meetings with that foundation support as a follow-up.
Right.
Yeah. Where would the field specialists from the different communities, what is their role? Because I would hate for all of us to have this information and then go home and they're kind of left out of it.
Are they invited to this?
Right, they are invited, and as a matter of fact, Chris had his quarterly meeting with them just last week, and they were very much a part of not only this planning process, but knowing what to anticipate, knowing what their role is for the summit, and to make sure that...
I would really encourage you. What we did up in Tyler is that I personally called the field specialist and I said, I want you to go and be part of our contingency as opposed to getting that call from the coordinating board. To make him feel like he was part of it, because his biggest concern has been empowerment. He's out there working, but he doesn't feel like he's empowered. And I think that's probably true of all these field specialists. Exactly. And so I think the quicker that we can get people and the contingencies that come from to embrace those people and make them part of the group and not just as a resource, I think, in my mind, because he responded very favorably to that. He said, thanks for including me as part of the group.
Sure.
So it's
That's nice.
Encourage us to, it may be, Catherine, we might have to call somebody who's the lead person in that community and say, extend that invitation. Even if y'all have already told them that, I think it means a lot if, Lorraine's picking up the phone and calling her person out in West Texas or whatever. So
I think that's terrific. In addition to that, I think that we need to get those people in to meet with Susan and her staff to make sure they really understand the data. Because I don't think they do at this point. We need to make sure they know that. They need to know what's in our regional plan, because there's a great deal of information in that, and to make sure that they really are on the same page with everyone else in terms of what that means, so they can be more helpful as a part of that team.
Go ahead. Please.
Either one. Lorraine?
In a preliminary meeting that we've had in our community about the P16 Council, in the group that I've discussed in the past, the president of UTPB raised as I was talking about the conference that we're having coming up and the group that we have put together to come. And, the Education Foundation is funding, community people to come. And then the college and the university are funding their own people. And then the chamber is sending some people as well. But, and we'll talk about public education, and I'm glad that y'all brought that up, because that is a real issue in our community, and I think a lot of communities. The buy-in is there in the larger community more than it is in the public ed area, which isn't a very politically astute thing to say, but it's the truth in a lot of communities around the state. But the president, which Dr. Watts said, well, what you're trying to do is a little different than what UTPB wants to do with the P16 Council, because their service area, we're out in the hinterlands in West Texas, so it's smaller population, huge geographic area, which is very different from what you face in a lot of the places where they have P16 councils. Not as much for UWIT because you have a little more population density than we do, but I mean, they really want to separate those things out. Have you faced this in other communities that have started this up? Whereas from an education foundation perspective, that is just for our county. We are lucky enough to just have one school district in our county, or unlucky enough, as the case may be, with the state it's in right now, because they're a lot more concerned with offering Bible classes in public school and now being sued by the ACLU and going to the Supreme Court. I do not jest. Last week, all those lawsuits were filed. That's what our school board is focused on. They're not focused on P16. They're not focused on all the problems in public education. They're focused on, a school board that's been taken over by the religious right and a rubber stamp superintendent. And I'm being very blunt here. And a lot of other communities face those same kind of concerns. And then, you mobilize a community effort, which is the way you're going to get this done. It's not being mobilized within higher ed or public ed. The community is the one stepping forward to get these people focused. But then you've got a different service area than just the town we live in, where the motivation is coming from, and focus from UTPB and from OC. Anybody have any suggestions or help in that area?
I have sort of a similar problem in that our P16 is just forming, and by the way, they aren't meeting their first time until June the 5th, at which point they're going to decide whether to come to this or not, so I hope their registration is.
That was one of the reasons, because we're having a problem with the public ed attendance part of it.
Yeah. But I've had a lot of I was trying to get them to do a regional, have other school districts, but
they don't want to.
No.
Yeah. So how has that been addressed in other places, or?
Well, I'll tell you, Tyler, what we decided to do is we decided just to try to impact 18,000 students. That's what's in TISD. Right. But the thought is to really center on their 2 years, work on 2 or 3 tangible issues, move the ball, then build concentrically out to take the rest of the county in. Now, I don't know if that...
Well, and that's been my approach as well.
I mean, that's how it works.
To start here, but then UTPB serves a huge geographic area. They wanted
UT
to be. Did you get any pushback from them?
I got pushback from University of Texas. They wanted to go Smith County, and we haven't decided. I mean, we've got the people, but my comment to Dr. Mabry was, I think we stand a lot better chance of building consensus, and with 18,000 students, showing we can really do it well, take benchline data and show where that data can be moved, then go out to the smaller communities within a county area.
That's exactly the point I made.
And he was fine with that. I mean, the same thing with the community college has a big outreach. So they thought that was they balled off on that. So.
And we did the same thing, Lorraine. It was for us, it was, how far out do you go? We decided to crawl before we walked, and just said San Antonio, which encompasses really 17 different school districts touch part of San Antonio and Bexar County.
Well, that's very helpful, because we have another meeting on Friday with talking about P16 specifically, with presentations from OC, UTPB, the public ed folks. And if I've got that, I can say in these communities, the decisions are being made statewide to begin with that smaller kind of group, which is what I've been an advocate of. So if I can use that as an example, I think that will help push it.
That's not true all over the state.
But if we've got some examples of that, because that just seems more logical to me.
Commissioner?
Lorraine, I don't think there is any prescribed format for developing these P16 councils. I think what you're doing is exactly the way to proceed. What you have to do is you have to essentially make an inventory of your community assets, community problems, where it makes sense to build from. It may well be that because of some of these particular issues, you have to bring pressure to bear on the school district to pay attention to larger educational issues. There's no one formula that works equally well everywhere. There have been some regional councils that are very broad in scope. What seems to be happening in South Texas is it's going to be 5 or 6 significant communities working together. It's not going to be a Brownsville P16 council and a McAllen and a Harlingen. It's going to be all of them together, and it's going to be difficult to find common ground with all these different interests. But I think you've got to do just a very careful inventory of the different issues, the different perspectives, and then build out from whatever you regard as your critical mass. It may be very small, it may be larger, but it seems to me that ultimately a regional P16 council would make sense in that part of West Texas. Yeah.
Let's start small.
Start small.
Then branch out.
Figure it out.
Build from strength and interest.
But I will report back that at the previous meeting that we had, I talked about the effort that the Education Foundation was leading to try to bring the AVID program in, and through as you all know, the work that takes place for something like that to happen when an effort is not being led by the school district to incentivize kids to go to college, to create a college-going environment, to keep those kind of marginal kids in school and college and get them college-bound. But we did get the school board, believe it or not, to unanimously vote $800,000 for that project, which will go into effect next year. So it can happen, and that is purely a community-driven effort to make those kind of changes. And also community-driven to bring the Dana Center in to help them redo their curriculum and make it learning-based instead of teaching-based. And everybody's familiar with the work that the Dana Center does at Austin. If you don't have a school board and a school administration that's leading, community groups can. And then the school board is forced to appropriate the money to do it.
Okay, the other thing that I'll tell you that helped us is that we got 2 private foundations to underwrite cost of the whole deal plus the hotels. Everybody that went. So there was no reason for anybody could say I can't afford or whatever. The only thing we didn't pay for these 2 foundations were transportation. So again, it's just a way of saying this is important to 2 foundations that are really interested in education. So that helped.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Lamb, come back to you. I'm sorry. I'm just glad everybody wants to talk.
Go ahead, please. On this question of who's on the team, do we have a way of identifying, with even just a name tag sticker or something, to all the people who come from one region, so that they'll know who else is there?
Color-coded dot or something on their name
That's good.
tag. Yes.
And is there going to be any, mini breakout or something where those people, if they don't know each other, can come together?
You didn't address the session for the groups in the regions on the first day. I don't believe, would one of you like to say something about that, and then what they're going to do the second day? Because there was the intent to bring them together.
Right. Well, what I did say at the end was that there was going to be 2 opportunities for them to come together as teams and to analyze the data. So on the first day, we do have a breakout session from like 3:45 to 5:30. And they'll meet, they'll be able to go through the toolkit that Tracy was talking about, and they'll have the high school to college data, they'll have developmental education data, they'll have a list of data resources, they'll have the AEIS report and regional plan data, and then there'll be facilitators there each one of those sessions to help them analyze and go through the data, interpret it.
I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to give the little facilitators just a little paragraph on what to do if each different people think that they're the team.
Sure. Absolutely.
Well, there's a plan for that. Could you
Oh,
when you talk
absolutely.
about the
Well,
plan for the facilitators and how you're going to talk to them ahead of time?
We're going, the facilitators, there is a group identified that will go through training way before we get to that point. So they clearly understand. We'll have a dummy regions day so that we'll get through that process.
I'm just planning what I'm going to say to Smithfield if they try to show up.
One of the issues on the first day had been, and maybe you would have some advice on this, is that you have, in terms of community groups, you have two types, essentially. One where they already have a PETA 16 council in place, and one in which they're new folks. And the idea was that they needed to be addressed somewhat differently when they had those afternoon sessions because they're obviously further along. And part of what was being talked about the new groups doing, and the commissioner brought this up, was that they really needed to really address their assets. What are the assets in their communities? How can you build on assets rather than focusing on deficiencies? That will come along. But what do they have in their community that they can build upon? And so that there will be some of that type thing. There's the toolkit that's been mentioned, but some of that would be with the mind of asking some of the questions that were asked in San Antonio. And so there would be that initial discussion on the first afternoon. Then it would follow up with the people from Georgia and who else? I've forgotten, but
California.
In California.
We've got representatives from California.
The very first session in the morning.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yes, we do.
We'll talk about their state experiences, and so it'll be an opportunity for people to come back and hear them talk about that. And they will have hopefully raised some issues for themselves in terms of their communities, what to do. And these folks who've maybe been at it for a longer period of time will be able to talk to them and answer questions about how they may have addressed it in their area or how they still haven't figured it out.
Okay. So there is going to be an opportunity to hear best practices and lessons learned.
That's the intent on the very, yes, absolutely.
And that's really a critical piece.
And one of the things we kicked around, and it's not reflected on the draft of the agenda, is the 7:30 to 8:30 breakfast. It's a continental breakfast. And we were hoping that we could have people from Houston and El Paso and Lubbock, places where they've got established councils set up with a little flag, and if people want to join them while they eat their donut and drink their coffee and talk about those issues. We'd have tables designated for those existing groups during that time, so you could do some networking with people, and if they really wanted to talk to somebody in El Paso about something they've done, one of the representatives of the group could go to that meeting.
But in our sessions, we will talk about specific initiatives which have been taken out by P316. I had that question asked numerous times. Have we made your comment?
No, I was wondering if there could be different levels of toolkits available, because are there going to be? I heard Tracy back there. We may need another set of different things. I know for us.
Right. And there'll be tabs, hopefully, that I can develop for specific regions and things to think about, and that'll also be something that we're moving towards on our P16 website. But there'll be two different sections. The first part will likely be just general information and the context of P16, and then there'll be two sections, one for existing and then one for development.
Yeah, at all the different stages that might need different kinds of questions posed.
Different types of strategies.
Right. And where we are, I'll have feedback from you from our formation committee and things like that. Secondly, I don't know how, Lori, I know you guys had like a formation group. You really didn't call it that per se, but it would be great to get staff support for these formation groups. And I don't know if there can be somebody designated at the conference for the different regions that said, this is your contact person. I know Tracy's going to try to cover all the regions, but she may need some help to be that.
We'll have that worked out and clearly printed as a part of the agenda.
We're fortunate Dr. Ruiz is in San Antonio, so he's going to help us with the formation committee as well. But it would be nice to have Tracy continue to work with us on that, or whoever coordinating board designates. One of the things I failed to mention, Mr. Chairman, at the beginning was these guys brought in both not only coordinating board staff but TEA staff, and I think the subtle message, I hope it wasn't lost. I think it was lost on some, but the message of having both staff support that kickoff meeting, I thought was pretty incredible. So, anytime that we can have joint staffs work together in support of a region, I think it's significant. Just the messaging alone.
That's a good point. There are a couple people that are actually going to be presenting that I've been trying to think of how we can, capitalize on their wealth of knowledge. One of them is Marina Waln. Some of y'all have met her. She's been at a couple of the meetings. But Marina is the founder of the John Cooper School in Houston, which is a very, very prestigious college prep private school in the Woodlands. And she also was on I think she's probably the founder, if not on the founding committee, of the UT Charter School. So she's got an incredible amount of K-12, pre-K-12 experience. And Lori Rich, and I think some of you have met her too, she was an assistant secretary of education when Rod Page was secretary, and she was the one that went around the country and made everybody calm down about No Child Left Behind when school districts, big school districts and little school districts all over the country would, express their frustration of what they perceived was inflexibility of NCLB. And so if there's a way to, I'm sure she's going to say that's not my role anymore with the governor's office, but oh my gosh, she's such a wealth of information. Both of them are. It'd be really neat if we could somehow weave that in.
And also, and I'm sure the commissioner will do this, but I think as many times as all the speakers can mention that the governor's office, TEA, and the coordinating board are all on the same page was really, really helpful. Because people don't know that. They want to know. They're hoping that there's another page they can get on. But no.
And I think that's important, but I'd also say, I think we will, and I'm speaking from a rural market, okay, and not an urban market. I think from a rural market standpoint, people out in the rural markets don't believe it's done if the state has responsibility for doing it, okay? And if it's state-driven, there's a natural inclination to say it's not going to work, from a bureaucracy standpoint. So I think we need to be careful, again, that, it's got to, and I've heard the commissioner say it, for this to work, it's got to start at the grassroots and community level. The good news is that we do have those three offices in agreement for once as to where we're taking higher ed and
in support of the community.
Correct. So, and I mean that in a positive way.
The governor's office, TEA, and the coordinating board are in agreement that solutions to educational challenges in the P16 context have to emanate at the local level. How's that?
Additional point the commissioner has made, at least when we've had internal discussions, is that while we want people to have P16 councils, there are in fact regional differences, and we know that all communities aren't the same. So that means that while they will share common elements, there will be some things that they will do that really reflect their local community that may be different in some cases in other communities.
Right. Well, it's been great discussion. I'm not trying to cut the discussion off, but I will tell you, I really believe this could be one of the more significant summits that we have. And we had a lot of development, education was great, but to me, this is the Raymond's heard me say it, might be our only kiss the pig. It's,
There he goes with that rural.
But it's a great opportunity, and we don't want to fail in it. We're not going to fail in it because there's been great work done, and it was all in response to all the staff comments, board comments, and everybody's taking a leadership role in putting it together. So I really thank Catherine, you, Glenda, Lori, Raymond, everybody, Lynette, everybody, Heavy, everybody that's been involved in this. So, because I really think we're going to come out of here and we're going to get really believe we'll have a great opportunity to now take P316 where we want it.
But a great program like this can be put together, but if the local communities are not incentivized to go, pretty much encouraged, if not forced, by coordinating board members at the local level, it ain't going to happen. And so we need to thank Whit for all the work that he's done to get that effort mobilized.
Well,
Good job, Whit.
Thank you. I think we need to get all the board members there. I hope all the board members are registered. If they're not, let me know.
I sent out an email on Thursday and asking the board members who were planning to attend if they would be willing to serve in some role on the program. I've had acceptances. I have 2 people who have declined so far that they're not going to be there. Fred has had a long-standing
He's done a great job.
that he can't be there, and
Work in Corpus Christi,
and Mr. Hinton has indicated that he will be on vacation during that time and cannot be there.
That's good work. Any other suggestions or anything before we?
We're just whispering about whether it can be videotaped so that if we don't get key people there, we could send DVDs out and call ourselves that we're showing us when we take it.
In terms of breakout sessions and everything?
No, in terms of people who don't come.
Okay.
Like if we don't have, we'll know what districts weren't represented well or all.
It's an interesting point, though. That it does mean that if they did, or the people, even people who go who didn't able to attend all the breakout sessions, obviously would have access to that too. That would be additional plus. We're saying we think we definitely can audio tape the film or the videotape when you use a professional. Can be very expensive, but we could do something where we at least maybe use our own cameras and our staff can do something modest.
Well, you don't want me near a camera.
No, it would have to be just a fixed camera and combine that with overheads. That could be done, I
This
think.
is an incredible agenda, and if this is as important as we think it is, then we need to invest in it and maximize it. Get it to scale.
Okay. Well, I think it's been great work. Is this the final agenda? I mean, is this?
That is the final agenda. The underline, you notice some of the speakers have an underline under their name. It's because they have been confirmed. So because of the holidays, we're hoping to hear from some others today.
I thought maybe it was just because we like
Because they
people
were
there.
very, very important.
All people I like have their names underlined.
And we will be, we have asked some board members if they will take a role in this, and so you will see an iteration of this agenda. When I get the acceptances and declines from the board members, there will be activities for you to do, those of you who are coming, so that you'll have a role at the conference. We
Great
just don't
work.
have it on.
And again, I can't actually be very excited about it. I think it's going to be a great turnout. So, our next, if no other comments, I'd love to take about a 10-minute break. Y'all mind that? And then we'll kind of come back and maybe work till 12:30 and then have lunch at 12:30.
That'll be fine.
10 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks.
On recruitment strategies, the things that we talk about. I'll be coming back.
Grade for the college students for 2006, and Jane is going to provide us with a brief report on the findings in that report. Jane? There you are.
Thank you.
Do we have a handout to you?
It's there is a set of slides, and there is a set of slides copies if you would like to make notes on them. Correct.
Agenda item 4. Okay.
There is a rider to the Appropriations Act that assigns to the coordinating board the duty of putting together a financial aid report each year for the legislature. The report for 2006 is going to come to you for adoption at the July board meeting. The database that much of this information comes from is compiled of reports submitted by the individual institutions. These are student-by-student reports that give us a great deal of information about individual recipients of need-based aid. Now, a couple of things that I should mention are limitations to the data that I show you. One is that although we'll be talking about financial aid in the state of Texas, we do not collect information about the aid received by students attending proprietary institutions. These are only for students attending nonprofit institutions of higher education in Texas. Also, we don't have much information about merit-only aid that is either administered by the institution or through private sources. Unless a student receiving that type of aid also receives need-based aid, they would not be included in this database. So the key to being included in the database is that you received at least one type of need-based assistance during the year. The first slide that we have up here just is the split of the aid received in 2006 by type. The good news is that it was $4.76 billion received by students in Texas. Probably the least favorable note up there is the fact that the majority of this was in the form of loan. Work study continues to be a very small portion of the financial aid out there. Thankfully, gift aid is holding its own at around 38% in a given year. Next slide, please. We wanted to give you an idea of the sources of the financial aid. One of the challenges of putting together this report, though, is knowing how to handle and define some types of programs. For instance, how should we label a program that comes out of school revenues but is mandated by the state of Texas? One such program is the Texas Public Education Grant, which is over $100 million a year, but it's funded through set-asides from the tuition revenues of institutions. Now, in the report that you're seeing, we have included those as state revenues as opposed to institutional revenues, but that's a fairly arbitrary decision to put it there. And we would welcome your input as to how you think we should handle those kinds of programs. Again, they are programs that the state mandates the institutions to fund out of institutional resources. And so they could legitimately be called either institutional resources or state resources. We have traditionally called them state, but if that does not seem appropriate, we can look about adjusting these figures.
But those are coming out of the institutional set-asides or whatever else, right?
Correct. But the TPEG is a mandatory set-aside from tuition revenues that has to be used for need-based grants. We also have the more recent, what they call 3015 set-asides from designated tuition that the institutions have a lot more flexibility in using. They could be used for loans, work study, or for a gift aid. And those, for perhaps arbitrary reasons, we have left in the institutional category of aid. Again, the set-asides are mandated, but the use of the money is far more flexible as far as the institution is concerned, so we have that under institutional. Another state program that's kind of fuzzy are the exemption and waiver programs that are mandated by state, but they come out of the hide of the institution because they are waived tuition and fee revenues. As you can see, though, the most dominant player in financial aid in Texas is the federal government. They provide 76% of the funds that we received. We're very proud of our 11% that comes from the state, but we're kind of the tail on this dog. We are not the major player in financial aid. One of the challenges for the institutions when we have state programs with very unique criteria for eligibility is to how to meld those unique requirements with their ongoing process for this majority of the money that they're dealing with.
Jane, what are the national averages in the split between federal and state sources of financial aid?
On the national level, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to look this up. I think we have them in the paper, but I don't have them in the presentation. In general, the split between federal and state is more favorable to the state on a national level. The state plays a bigger role for most of the states out there, but we'll get that information for you. When we talk about other, those are mainly third-party sources like Alternative loans is a major part of that, and what we call categorical aid, which would be grants from the PTA association or the employer for the student, some aid that the student brings with them that is not packaged at the financial aid office itself. Next slide, please. One of the things we try to track or get a sense of is the way gift aid, which we consider grants, scholarships, and such, versus loans to be distributed among income groups. And as you can imagine, this slide reflects the fact that a higher percentage of the low-income students receive gift aid and a higher percentage of the high-income receive loans. But you will notice that both of those groups receive both types of aid. Even the lowest income groups still have to rely somewhat on loans to help meet the cost of education. The middle groups, the middle income groups are the ones that we're hearing a great deal from, and they're concerned about the amount of loan that they're having to take out because they can't very successfully compete for the financial aid that is more need dominant. Texas Grant, for instance, falls lower in these income groups because of its stress on the neediest students. By statute, Texas Grant is to go to the neediest students. So middle-income families have great difficulty competing for that assistance. This would be slightly different if we were looking at family contribution, which is also takes into consideration the size of the family, how many are in college. But I think the basic trend would be the same, that the lower income students rely more heavily on grants and are able to get them. The higher income groups are far more having to take out loans to finance higher education. What we wanted to show you is the distribution of the Texas Grant Program by income. As you can see, we've had some high-income groups get into the program, particularly in 2002 and 2003, which were the only years when this program was fully funded. At that point in time, we had the very heady opportunity to say everyone who's eligible can get a grant. And so we did have a full cross-section of the income groups get into the program. Since then, you can see those larger, higher income groups are becoming a smaller and smaller share of the area as the lower income groups begin to dominate the incoming group of recipients in the Texas Grant Program. The only way to broaden those upper bands would be, again, to have a significant infusion of money into the program so that it could be spread more broadly across the income groups. Another thing that comes up in discussions is the concern of the shortfall in Texas grant funding compared to the demand for those funds. This graphic shows in red the current funding number of students if we do not receive additional funding. Now, this has not been adjusted for the additional $93 million. What would be interested if we can figure out how to combine an area and a bar and a line graph, which I do not know how to do, would be to put a line to show what we anticipate will be the number of recipients with the additional funding that has been committed. What more likely is going to happen is that the red bar is simply going to move up a bit to reflect the additional funding that we will have in the program. But as you can see, there's a significant shortfall in funding for Texas Grant. You'll also notice that the red section goes down over time, mainly because as time passes, the size of the awards per student goes up, and therefore the number of recipients at steady funding would go down. What we're trying to look at here is the basic trend in state financial aid. The sections that are checkered in some way or another are gift aid, and you'll notice that those have been unfortunately quite flat since 2004. Thankfully, we've had increases in Texas Grant, but for some reason, and we don't know why at this point, in fiscal year 06, students in Texas got $18 million less of Pell Grant than they had received in the previous year. So there's been some trade-off there between state and federal gift aid. The clear areas, those that are solid colors, are loans, and as you can tell, those tend to have a very healthy growth over time. And that's simply a fact of life and what type of funding is available for our students. If you try to compare that to the national scene, this is the national trends in financial aid for the past 6 years. On the national scene, gift aid has had a fairly nice and steady increase over time, but loans are the sectors that are increasing the more rapidly, and so we're going to end up with more students with more debt. Okay. Bottom line is that with our concern is that the most future college students are going to come from families with low to moderate incomes if we're successful in closing the gaps. Financial aid has been increasing in the raw dollar amount, but the heavy reliance on loans is certainly a concern. And then efforts to contain costs and increase non-loan resources for students trying to attend college will probably have an impact on our ability to close the gaps. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to respond to them.
Well, given this information, and financial aid is going to be largely reliance on loans and such, should we have we looked at financial literacy within this population? Because obviously that always comes up in terms of taking out loans or the willingness to take out loans. Do you have any comments on that?
I've heard a lot of discussions among the K through 12 counselors about the need for some financial management training or exposure, at least to those kinds of principles prior to students getting out of college. Now, the financial aid officers
out of high school.
Excuse me. The financial aid officers have entrance interviews to try to help students who are borrowing understand the impact of it. Truth be known, as most students only see that they're getting money, they'll sign whatever form you put in front of them. Later, when you come back to try to collect it, they'll say, I thought that was a grant. I didn't know it was a loan, in spite of all of the exposure to information. So I don't think there's any doubt but that additional information, additional training is needed, ideally for students coming out of high school, because part of the thing that we're worried about that's not reflected in this is credit card debt. We have no way of capturing that, and one of the horror stories we hear are of students using credit cards to pay for tuition and fees rather than taking a student loan, which would be far lower interest rate, far longer term for repayment.
Right. Yeah. I think that's going to be a huge issue, and the further, again, down the pipeline that we can work with financial literacy, I think the better off we will be.
There are banks that are doing this on their own now for obvious reasons. I know that Wells Fargo has a major initiative underway nationally in the Hispanic community to advise about financial literacy, particularly in relation to going to college. We need to plug into those.
I think with our participation, perhaps it'll bring more credibility and trustworthiness to the process.
Okay, I'm going to show my ignorance here, but like a state like Georgia that has, what is it called, the Hope?
The Hope Scholarship.
Hope Scholarship. Were you? Okay, so I'm not so random to...
Either that or we both are.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's scary. We're both going the same place at the same time.
Yeah.
So how does that plug into like the national trends and money that's available, and is that as good as it appears to be? Educate me on that, because I don't really know that much about that. Who does?
If someone here knows significantly about that, I would defer to them. I can give very minimal information about it.
Well, the Hope Scholarship program, as you know, is funded by the Georgia Lottery. And all of that money goes into the Hope Scholarship program. It's a merit. It's not based on financial need. It's not even a merit-based program because students are eligible to be admitted to universities get funding. It's been a very successful program up until this point, but I think that Georgia is now worried about, given that it's one of the states that has a growing college-age population, they're worried if there's enough money in the lottery allocation to fully fund the program as it's been doing in the past. So I think it's getting to a point where they're beginning to think about going to a need plus merit system, but it has been very successful up to this point.
One of the questions raised about it was, and this is true whenever you put dollars on the table, is to what extent was it increasing participation versus keeping students in state rather than going out of state? And initially there were some concerns, and I haven't looked at this in about 3 years in detail, but at that time there was concern that their largest gain was keeping students home that would have been going to college anyway, and at that point there was actually a slight reduction in African American participation. And they weren't sure why that was, if it was strictly demographics. They hadn't worked that out yet. But so it's really the program that was a genesis for many programs. The Texas Grant is a far descendant of it, and it's not the same, but had it not been for the HOPE program, I don't know that the Texas Grant would have ever been proposed. So
that's actually what Rodney Ellis was looking at when he put together the Texas Grants, he and others. And one of the interesting things is that Texas Grants never did get where it needed to go as far as beyond need-based, and the Georgia Hope Scholarship always was from its inception. It was based on I think you had to graduate from a high school in Georgia, public or private, and have, a B average or something?
B average initially.
And then keep that up. And then if you went to a private school, a private university, that amount of money went toward that as well. So it was really...
There's no longer GPA.
Raymond said there is. I know there was initially.
I don't think there is. I may be wrong, but I don't think there is.
So it's just graduation from high school.
Initially there was one, so they must have removed it.
Well, and then the other, the other thing is that Texas Grants never did fund fully, except for the first couple of years when there weren't enough students that actually even knew about it. I can remember phone calls to different school districts telling us, be sure and tell them that this is available. But when the lottery first arrived in Texas, that was the big promise, that the lottery would fully fund and be targeted toward funding Texas Grants and funding scholarships to college. But I don't remember the numbers anymore, but the money that the lottery generates doesn't even come close to what would be needed, even if they completely targeted all of that money toward education.
I heard at one of the hearings that the share of the lottery that is used for education covers maybe 1 week out of a year's operation. So
in Texas.
In Texas, yes, ma'am.
My question was, you said at the beginning that this didn't include the proprietary schools, but it does include the independent.
It does include the private nonprofit that participate in our program. So that's 42, 45 different private institutions, yes, ma'am.
So do we know, like, kind of a percentage or how much money is not counted toward it, or how many students are participating that are in proprietary schools? We don't have any of that information, or
I believe
do you think it's significant?
The Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation receives loan information from the proprietary institutions and may have some statistics there about the enrollment and so forth. We have not attempted to include it here. One of the unknowns really is the primary goal of this report. Is it to report on what's there, or report on where it should go, or where it has been, and that kind of deal? And I would be the first one to admit that we have not applied as much analysis to this information that probably it deserves, and that's mainly out of a shortage of resources. One of the things that we're trying to look at, it does have some demographic information for the recipients, but many of the queries where we're trying to get longitudinal information, we have to take many years of Texas Grant, or excuse me, of financial aid database information and bounce it against the CBM reports to get enrollment information and try to derive. But we're making some progress in that. We're learning how to do that, and I think within the next couple of years we'll be able to do more in terms of seeing the impact of these financial aid programs on various populations that are receiving the aid.
A sort of kind of related question, and maybe I should know this, but do the proprietary and the other programs like, well, DeVry, University of Phoenix, those kind of programs, as well as the Tulane's MBA program. Does that count toward the participation in Closing the Gaps? No?
That's David.
Is that not a very
Partially.
good question?
But we don't have data for, say, Tulane. And one thing we've talked about is, in fact, we don't have adequate data for the executive MBA programs that receive no state funding, and we're trying to address that. So at some level, we're maybe undercounting some students. The decision was made to not address the for-profits in the same kind of way, but we do have that data now. When Glenda was Assistant Commissioner for Community and Technical Colleges, we began to get IPEDS reports before they went to IPEDS from the proprietary schools, and so those numbers are included, but we don't have the same level of information. Those are aggregate numbers. So I'm sort of working my way through this. They are counted, but not in all of our elements, because we don't have the breakdown, so we don't know what they get the degree in, for example. So when we're talking about our critical fields, we don't have adequate information. But from a participation standpoint, we believe they're being counted now, but not the Tulane, because we just don't get that. And that may be something we have to think about in terms of those schools operating in there, that they at least give us some information in terms of the numbers of students. We've talked to the University of Phoenix, and they've said several times they would provide us even student level data, and they have not yet. And I don't think that we've probably done what we need to do to follow up with them, but that they've expressed a willingness to do that.
They have a real strong presence in Houston, University of Phoenix and DeVry and some of the others, and it just seems like, from what they tell me, the majority of their students are first generation, are minority, and so it seems like that would be information that would be valuable for us to have.
There is IPEDS information on all of those. The problem with that, where we have to get strictly from that, is there's a 2-year lapse between when they report it and when it's available to us. But we can look at the more direct reporting. Some will be willing to, some will not.
Other questions for Jane? Thank you, Jane. Linda, on the next 3 items, do you want to take them in this order, or do you want to start with 7 first and then go back to start with 8 and then go back to 6 and 7? Or,
that will be fine with me.
Because we'll probably be pulling the work plan out. So, if that's appropriate. If not, take them whatever order you want to take them in.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay. So we're going to start with really agenda item 8, which the updates on the college readiness initiatives.
And you have at your place, in your agenda packet, you have written updates on all of the items that have had changes since our board meeting on April 19th. And also at your place, you have the combined document, the readiness mandates, responsibilities, and deadlines document, which is the lengthy document. We had intended this item to be covered with, do you have questions related to the update on education service and education research centers? Do you need any additional information on course redesign? We have the staff here prepared to answer those questions. How would you like to go through those items, Mr. Ryder?
Well, I mean, I assume everybody's read this. I mean, my biggest questions as I went through here, Glenn, and I don't know if everybody else was, I really was looking at, I was trying to tie this back into the work plan. I was trying to figure out, are we on target in timelines? Are we on target in budget? And I think you've done a pretty good job of giving us an update on where we are on these individual projects. So, I mean, we can, I'll take suggestions from anybody else, but I think we just ought to go through each of them quickly and see if anybody has questions on them, and then also tie back into if there's any challenges that we're facing in the area that we need to address also. So, any other suggestions from the group?
Okay, very quickly, the first item, education research centers, and Susan has already had to leave us. The big, we covered the rules earlier, the operating rules for that have to be adopted by both the coordinating board and the commissioner of education. That's the significant item that you can see coming to you that we did not anticipate originally. You will notice in the time frame that we had laid out on the combined document, that's missing, and that's one of the changes that will bring this document up to date. On the course redesign and facilitation, Joe, you want to cover that very quickly? If there's any.
I think we're on track. Wait.
Okay.
I need to ask something else. Go ahead.
I just had a question about whether this advisory board has been set up yet. People are asking us about it.
No, it has not.
Okay.
It has not. But the proposal for how to organize that has been shared with TEA and the commissioner, and that's currently being reviewed at this point.
Okay.
At this point, it's not needed really until the centers are up and running.
Right.
But we needed to get agreement from TEA that they were comfortable with the types of people that would be appointed to that.
Okay.
The other question I had on this is when I went back, and I'd suggest when we do these updates that we tie them back into the number on the work plan, because I tried to go back and track them back in, and it was difficult. I mean, I did it, but it would be a lot easier. I mean, the objectives are fine, but like ERCs is the number one out of 15 we've got.
We will do that from now on.
That would help. And secondly is when I went back and pulled the work plan off the website and was reviewing this yesterday, it's still, I want to still make sure as a committee we're staying on top of, are we on track? For instance, under the original work plan I was looking at, we were going to be commissioner-named centers March 1st, 07, and we're here, and now it's May 31st. I'm not being critical, but I'm saying I think we need to update this document to show, are we having slippage? And maybe the most recent one didn't. And I'm not trying to get technical, but we spend a lot of time in creating this document, and it's not going to do us any good unless we keep it updated. So we can, to me, it's the easiest way for us to see if there's slippage as we go through it.
Let me clarify on the research centers. They were in fact named. There have been just a number of things that have to be done in terms of contractual agreements, modification of budgets by the centers that were asked to were actually named, sharing that information with TEA. TEA has those are they MOUs or contracts? Contracts, and they're being reviewed by them now. You may recall that the commissioner believed that there were, and that this was based also on the reviewers, that there were some projects, research projects at schools that were not to be named centers that were worthy and needed to be included, so there needed to be contact between those centers and those projects. So the centers have actually been actively engaged in a sense as centers, because they're working to get all their own ducks in a row in terms of their budget, the additional projects that were laid out for them, and we think that those contracts are ready to be signed, but that they have known that they're the centers for some time now.
But couldn't we put on here the date that they were named and put pending contractual blah blah blah?
Yes.
Okay.
And the budget is still $1 million apiece for those.
Okay. Bill just reminded me that so you know that UT Dallas, which is heading one center, and A&M had not submitted all their information as a follow-up until 10 days ago. So at some level they knew they were doing this, and so we were having to wait till they got the information and then had to form the contracts.
I don't think there's any question about the timetable.
Yeah.
The only question is having it on here, so we don't look like we're behind. Or we're forgetting.
Very accurately reflect.
I mean, we're using this document with our partners, the TA partners and everybody else to try to figure out are we staying on track. And so
we really need one person who really does that, and they know that it's their responsibility to back it up.
Okay.
The course redesign, if there's anything that we need to point out, anybody have questions?
We're on track. June 29, the group that are working on proposals will have to have submitted by 5 p.m. and then we'll evaluate, bring them to you in July. We'll also ask your authority in July to put out another RFP for the new money and expect to make those awards at the January meeting. The other significant date, I think, is fall semester when 3 of these redesigned courses will be offered for the first time.
So again, I'm not, but on the work plan, then some of that's been accomplished. The RFP for the next set of courses, that's been done.
Yes.
You know, the report for each course of phase 1's been done. Again, it's just.
It's not getting.
Are you on number 4? Is that number 4 then? Which one is it?
Number
It's
number
15.
Number 15.
Number 15.
Number 15.
Should be shaded.
Okay, yeah.
If it's shaded, that's completed, Glenda, and
Yes.
if it's in red, is that additions?
Those are changes
Those are changes.
that we
Okay.
put in.
Okay.
We didn't get our shading done.
Okay. And again, I'm not trying to be picky, but it's just, to me, it's a great way for us to glance at and see if we're on track. So, other questions on course redesign? Okay.
Next is the STEM project. It's listed as item 14N.
I was way up in the front about that.
Everything.
Are there
on
any
the-
questions? It's on target. We're meeting with UT Austin, the Dana Center, to negotiate the contract for them to continue, to start the work.
So these are shaded in.
Yeah, and also, just on the work plan, we need to move the $600,000, I think, up on the work plan too, correct?
Yes.
We've got budgeted for the STEM initiatives,
Yes.
Yes.
and so all that's got to move up. I think it's down below on,
What happens is when we print it,
oh, is it?
it moves sometimes with those lines, and I just didn't catch that.
Okay. And then we would also, even though it's been red, we would highlight that also,
Yes,
correct?
it would be highlighted.
Okay.
A quick question.
Right.
Abby, of the, on the STEM project, what is the participation in ACP across the state? I know Teach for America is basically ACP, but what other, like, are we looking at the UTeach program and all of the other programs that are recruiting teachers in those fields?
Well, when we got the proposal, it focused in on Teach for America and the New Teacher Project. I'd have to find that out for you.
I was just curious. Just curious.
Okay.
Okay, then we go to the metametrics. Evie, do you have that number handy?
Yeah, it's 9B. It's on page 5. And this is a project that we've really already started. I think you know that TEA does what's called a lexile of all the books, all the textbooks, most of the library books, and they also do a lexile of the student, which indicates their reading level. And what we've asked them to do is to lexile the entry level, the college entry level textbooks, to see if this may not be one reason why some students have a problem when they first get into college, because the reading level of the university books and the community college books is quite a bit higher than that, we think, of the high school texts. We are also asking them to do a little bit of work on the quantile, which is a mathematics score, to see what happens in college algebra texts versus what you see in Algebra 2 texts. So they're going to be assessing. We've already submitted a list to them of the books we'd like them to look at. So it's on target. We anticipate getting it not by the July meeting, but by the October meeting, so we'd be able to report to you then.
Well, actually, this committee would receive the report in September. At their September meeting.
May I ask a question? Do we correlate, or does anybody correlate this information with the reading levels of the students who are reading the books?
Well, when we get the students are having their Lexile done in high school. So we do get it as they leave high school and go into college. That's the last place we get it. We would have to do our own study of what happens in terms of increasing their reading level after they
But then we don't know anything about all the ones who don't succeed. I mean, we don't know.
No, you would. The last time that you get a Lexile score in a student is the 11th grade.
Well, do you get some before that?
Oh, yes, you get it every year. It's on the tax. When you get your tax scores, you'll see, this may be new information for some of you, you'll see that there's a Lexile score, which means the reading level score of the student. Okay. And generally, it's tied to a grade level, although it's not like 800 is 8th grade. That would be way too easy. No. So they use a different system. Yeah, no, we didn't want to do logic. But they do have an explanation on the tax student report.
Just like they're reading.
And it's in the student records as well.
And then, I'm sorry to be so obtuse, but then who is it who looks at this and goes, this many students in this grade can't read this textbook?
Well, obviously that's part of the responsibility of the public schools, to be looking at it and making certain that you get kids onto reading level. But also it's very helpful when you're talking about, and I don't know if this is going where you want to go, but it's very helpful in terms of for librarians and all, because they have Lexile, almost all the books in school libraries now. So when kids come in, technically the administrators should know the reading level so they can point kids to books that would be at the appropriate level of challenge in areas that they were interested in, hopefully what their appetite for reading. So the ideal situation.
So did I understand you to say that the Lexile score is in the records at TEA?
Yes.
So would it be possible for us to take that and to tie that into some of our analysis for developmental ed?
Absolutely. That's one of the reasons. This is sort of
I had not heard of this before. That could be interesting.
Well, this is sort of the first part of that study, because what Lexile does, it's the only system that we have that both assesses the readability level of materials and the reading level of the student by the same score, so you can match them. So this would be the first step, to be looking at some of the college texts, and hopefully we can work with some institutions over the course of the year to see if we can't do reading levels for the students.
Well, in fact, when we had when the Metametrics people came here and made a presentation, that was the first thing that we commented on. We could do exactly what you indicated, David. We could use those Lexile scores to take a look at developmental education and see how far out of whack college curricula and high school curricula are.
And Commissioner, you have asked all of the testing companies, for those that are used for TSI purposes, to voluntarily have their exams Lexiled, so that we can see a comparison of the text used in those exams.
That's cool.
So that's
further complicated just a little bit. I recall that same presentation, they showed us the range of Lexile scores on the entry-level psychology textbooks currently in use. Yes. So it's not enough to just know where the student is. You also have to know something about what that particular course is using. I was surprised to see such a wide range of reading requirements for a single entry-level course.
You know, as we have these summits and we talk about teacher quality, I think it's really empowering for teachers to know. I mean, I'm sure they know that that's on there,
but to be encouraged to use the data, in their teaching plan, because we're all about being data driven, and it should be an empowering thing rather than a bothersome thing. We need to put a positive spin on it.
Still, this brings up one of the most interesting pieces about tax, and that is tax is only given, the earliest it is given is in 3rd grade. Yeah. And that's not where you retain kids. And that's not when you decide, oops, they're not on grade level. So, it would be much more appropriate if they had some sort of a test in 1st grade. And some districts, like Houston, have norm reference tests. And so, and they do have the grade level equivalent. So if a district that had the Stanford or whatever, California Achievement, and they had the grade level equivalent, would that pretty much line up with the grade level equivalent of the Lexile for the reading for tax in a criterion?
I really don't know, because one of the things about those, ITBS grade levels, they're all going to be slightly different. Mm-hmm. And what they've tried to do at TEA, by using the Lexile across the board, they Lexile their textbooks and everything, they're trying to make one system. I don't know, Laurie. I have to find out.
It's just real interesting, though, because we absolutely have lost these kids if we're trying to hold them back in 3rd grade, or we're trying to figure out that they aren't reading at a particular level. I mean, we need to do that in kindergarten and 1st grade. And if you were a 3rd grade teacher, how would you like it if that's the first time that you have nothing diagnostically on these kids, and that's when they're going to test them for the first time on tax?
Well, they do the reading inventories, and all I can think of right now is the TPER, and I know that's not what it's called.
TPERI.
Yeah. So, and they just... Yeah, but they are required to do that, and you do know in kinder 1st and 2nd to hopefully let us know whether or not the kids are on track to be readers by the 3rd grade.
It's even more diagnostic.
But again, you're right. It's an imprecise measure.
Yeah. Well, and reading's one thing, but comprehension's another.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions?
We're ready for the P16 advisors, and that's under number 4.
Yes, and we are just waiting for approval. We have put the money aside. It's been approved by LBB.
Going to give a little thumbnail sketch of what they are?
Well, I think you all know that we have a lot of college readiness activities going on, and we want to make certain that they are well infused within our institutions of higher education. So what we have asked is that every provost or vice president for student affairs appoint somebody who's going to be a P16 advisor for us, a liaison between the agency and the institutions, so that they can be, particularly when we have our college readiness standards, that will certainly be the main focus, but also as sort of a conduit for all P through 16 activities. So this would be giving a small amount of money to each of the institutions to both plan and coordinate meetings on their own campus, as well as have that person come to Austin maybe once or twice a year, so that we can have them all meet and impart all the information we've got on course redesign, on the summer bridge programs, on everything that's going on related to college readiness.
So how would this money be, how many institutions would this money be, it's $1.2 million, be split up among, how's that money to be spent?
There would be approximately, we were looking at $10,000 to each of the institutions that have either provost, vice president for student affairs, so it would be about 120. About 105.
I think we figured 110. There's already been some money spent, so some of the expenditures that are shown here is for money that we've already spent on other activities, contracts that we've done. So it may not come out to be exactly 1.3.
And one of those, and in fact, I think it was 1.1, Mr. Ryder, that we came up with for this particular project. But the other thing they're going to be doing is they're going to be working as part of the college readiness standards. You might recall that there was that when Dr. Conley was here, he talked about doing a gap analysis between the entry-level courses and the college readiness standards. And this is really a way sort of validating the college readiness standards. So 100,000 of that, a little bit less than 100,000 of that, is also for a contract with Dr. Conley as part of the whole college readiness vertical team process. So that's where the 1.2 million comes in.
Okay. Other questions on that? Okay, Glenda.
Okay, we've got summer bridge program updates. The first is the rising 11th graders. These are students in the summer between 11th and 12th grade. Lynette, is this in yours?
We have,
it's 14B.
yes, 14B. Actually, 14B is for the next.
Did I give the wrong one?
1, 2, and 3 are all 14B under F. So the rising 11th grade, rising 12th grade, and developmental ed summer bridge programs are all under 14B. The 11th grade rising summer bridge programs, as you can see, we've got, how many did I report here? 7 proposals from 6 institutions. We are in the process of negotiating contracts with those folks. The commissioner just recently approved those, so those will be going out shortly. We have 2 proposals that we're still working on. I think Texas Southern and UTSA, I believe, the other one. But assuming they meet all of our requirements, we should have contracts with those folks too. So that's what the current situation is with the rising 11th grade. The rising 12th grade, that RFP actually went out earlier than the rising 11th grade, so we are well into that process. Contracts are out to these folks. For some of them, we're still waiting to get responses from them. But we have all of the contracts out for those folks. Most of these programs will begin in June, so we're on track. They're on track. There are some that won't begin until July, but the majority of them will begin in June and will run for at least 4 weeks. So,
can you give us a list of those schools? Just find interesting.
I can get that for you, yes, sir.
Okay. And secondly, the cost on these, is it about doubled almost? Originally let me look here real quick.
Well, what we've done with all of the summer bridge programs is, instead of dividing the numbers out between developmental ed and high school summer bridge, is we've lumped these things together. I know that's a technical term, lump these together and estimate about $2 million for all of them. When we go over the funding piece of this, we'll give you a little bit more information on where we are with the budget itself.
Okay. And we had a good response.
I think for the shortness of time, I think we did very well. The institutions, we had given them kind of a heads up that these RFPs were coming out, and I think they came to the forefront. I think the developmental ed piece, Cynthia will talk about, I think that's where we really had a good response. I think there were some who thought about submitting proposals for rising 11th and rising 12th, and when they found out about the developmental ed, we may have gotten an intent to apply, and some of the emails we got said, we're going to go with the regular developmental ed summer program. So
I guess my question is, on all these kind of initiatives like these, do you think we're being as effective as we can in how we're distributing this information to get people to express their interest in it?
I think next year will be a completely different year, because we're going to start this process much earlier. We hope to get the RFPs out in the fall and do a better job of getting the word out, so that we have probably a whole lot more, a bigger response, which means they really will be competitive in that case. One of the things that was, I think, a little different than we anticipated was there were more universities that applied for the program than community colleges, more four-year institutions. And they tended to clump another...
That's kind of like lump.
Yeah, another official term. There are several in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, several down in the McAllen, Edinburgh area, and that's...
Those are the
San
two
Antonio.
groups.
Those were the three areas where you saw lots of activity, and then there were just spotty ones in the rest of the state.
And Evie and I have split up the responsibility for those the high school summer bridge, and we will be making visits to each of the campuses during the program. So we'll be busy in June and July.
Okay.
Any questions?
The Developmental Ed Summer Bridge Program, the final date was May 22nd. Cynthia and the others who are reviewing that are in frantic stages right now. Can you give us some idea of how many came in?
We had just under 30 proposals came in last week, and we're still in the process of evaluating those and coming up with how many will be funded. We have some really good proposals, so we think we're going to have a nice handful of summer bridge programs for students who have graduated from high school and will be entering into our higher ed institutions next fall.
And Cynthia, these are students who on their 11th grade tax they showed high school graduation but not college readiness.
That's correct. And these institutions will then TSI test them prior to going into these summer bridge programs, and then we'll post-test them on the same TSI instruments so that we can evaluate the effectiveness of these bridge programs. We'll give you a report on the effectiveness of those.
Well, I
and
think
we're hoping there's some good ones.
Is when hopefully we're going to see the programs to be effective, and then I think we ought to use that as we send next year's RFPs out to show the success that was driven out by these programs, so that we do generate more interest to drive it out statewide. So.
If you think back to the Uniform Recruitment and Retention Plan, one thing that was addressed in the choices was bridge programs. And so that can inform, both of those can inform each other as you go forward. So we have to remember the staff has linked some things in a way that we hope will hone us in on results-oriented programs.
Are these mostly college and university driven, the programs, or are they as much high school driven?
Well, because the funding comes to us and we fund to the institutions of higher education, it's incumbent upon the colleges and universities to be working with their high schools.
I was just thinking because don't
they
y'all
don't
have
know about it.
Yeah. Don't y'all have like a table at TASB and midwinter conferences and stuff like that?
Yes.
Yes.
I was thinking that might be a good way to get the information out.
And I think this year we will have time to do that. This past year has been...
And I think another avenue is through the regional P16 councils, to provide them with the information. If we have the contact people to say, this is coming out.
We also require that all of the grants have used some of the high school allotment funds that the high schools are getting, so that there would be more of a collaboration and partnership in the summer bridge.
What about, I think some school districts have used their entire high school allotment on a project. Like, are they feeling like they're...
Some of them, some of them are doing in-kind services instead.
As long as there's a commitment from the school. We realized that this was kind of late in the game, and we had that concern come to us. So we've tried to be flexible this year since everything was rather late. But next year it should be a little bit easier.
The P16 council, that's a perfect way to get it out.
To follow up on Chairman's comment, maybe we could find a way, I don't know what format you're requesting these plans to share and use the data with others to come in, but if they come in a format that could be used in the next go-round of applications to give people ideas and show what would work and what didn't, or post it on the website or something.
Okay.
And we'll move to the Texas Governor Schools. Yes.
Yeah, this is number 8 on page 4, And the Governor's School has 152 students who are going to be attending University of North Texas. Their term starts June 10th, and we will keep you posted on the outcome.
And these have all been rolled under us now, correct?
And anything else on that? The items that are listed following the governor's schools, we have we're looking to 08 now for the proposals, and so you will see the summer bridge programs, the developmental ed innovations initiative, and then the evaluation of the college readiness initiatives. These are all things that kind of move us ahead. They're a little bit different than what we've been talking about because these are looking forward.
We're already planning for next year.
Yeah.
So we hope to get these out.
And our intent is certainly to take the information that we gather from this year's for the governor's schools, for the summer bridge programs, all of that, and roll that into the RFP development.
Well, we've learned quite a bit just in the RFP process and the awarding process. So we're already incorporating changes in the RFP based upon those pieces. So.
Okay. Questions? I know the next topic's going to be to talk about, it kind of goes back to some of our questions, Linda, about tracking the funding and also how are we going to, methodology for addressing the challenges and work plan. Those are probably more lengthy in discussion. Should we break for lunch or should we take one of those on?
I believe we should break for lunch.
Okay.
Because I think these may get us pretty well engaged.
Okay.
I hope so.
Let's break for lunch and come back. How long we schedule? Half an hour? Okay.
We just have sandwiches, so it's not.
Okay. That way we can get going. So maybe about 1:45, something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
And lunch is in the.
Get a sandwich and talk about this.
There's not a lot here. Oh, thanks.
We'll need to make that time to
Oh, yeah.
format something that's
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we need to do that.
If you understand Lexile score.
It's mother and yeah.
There are
And it's just going to be.
Okay.
5 other
Since last time I came back in the
materials that one can use as a student.
I think that sounds great. I mean, everyone so much. I guess we are back on agenda items 6 and 7. And item 6 is talking about I guess we're going back to 5, aren't we?
Implementation issues.
Yeah, we're going back to the implementation issues. And I guess, Glenda, you're going to talk about that. And part of this was the discussion of, I know Lynn and I have had, the conversation about how are we making sure that we're following up on the challenges and the any roadblocks that we're running into. What methodology can we have to make sure we're doing that? So, Lyndon.
When Mr. Ryder told me that he'd like to have this discussion at this committee meeting, I sat down with the document and looked at that right-hand column, which is the implementation issues column, and started trying to remember how items got into that column. And I finally figured out that we put those there initially as we were reviewing the House Bill 1 assignments. Some of those came from discussions with TEA staff. We had some comments from the field and then input from board members. And so that's how those items got into that right-hand column. And then I asked Georgia to take the right-hand column and, if she could, put it into an order for me so that I could really look at what we had there. And I discovered we're talking about the far right-hand column on this side-by-side document. And so she put those together, and I went through and I was using highlighters, and I realized that we really had a number of common items. Under accountability, you could list a number of items from different sections of the House Bill 1 items. We had issues related to college readiness standards, to dual credit, to the education research centers, to the public schools, and then to legislation. And so I then grouped them under those titles. And here is my suggestion of what we would do to process those. After this legislative session is over, I think the staff will take the time to go through each of those items, especially those identified under legislation, and indicate those that have been taken care of, those that have not been taken care of, and then add issues that are identified from the legislative session. So I think that's one of the first steps that we're going to need to take as we move forward with that column. There are some of these items that we can't resolve. The board can't, the staff can't, we can work toward. And we need we've got a work group with TEA on college readiness issues, and that may be the right group of staff. It may be that needs to be reconfigured some, and start working directly with the TEA staff on about 6 of the items that are in that column. And then at the March 7th committee meeting, you identified about 6 issues around dual credit. These were overlapping issues that came to the floor. And Joe Stafford and his staff are beginning to work on analyzing those issues and doing an actual survey that will go out to the institutions to gather additional information. And once that report is put together on the dual credit issues, that may resolve a number of the items that are listed in that right-hand column. And some of them are clearly dual credit, others are related to dual credit. And so my notion is that that's going to be one of the ways that we will address it. Next slide. New issues, as those will be identified, I think specifically we will see some come out of the legislative session that we will want to add, and we'll find a way to mark those as we bring it back to the committee so that you can tell what the new issues are. And then my proposal is that resolved issues will be marked as completed. Those that, for instance, I think the first ones you'll see are those that are resolved related to legislation that's passed. That we'll find a way to mark those, And then those would after a 60-day period, when we're doing our review, we would pull those from that group. So that's the way I think we can get to a point where that column will be looked at on a regular basis, and we'll have a procedure for how we address those issues. There are a few of the issues that will remain on this list for a period of time. When I was looking at those, some I think we can resolve very easily. As soon as the education research centers are up and running, we'll eliminate that set of issues, I think, altogether. But this seems to be the best way to get us where I think you want us to be, which is having that column be targeted toward those issues that we need to actively be working to resolve.
I think that's a good methodology. I think the key question I got is with this committee, how's the best way for us to not to micromanage the process? That's not what I want to do. But if there are permanent roadblocks or, really obstacles between the TEA and the coordinating board, those are things I want to make sure that we really talk about in this committee. In other words, is it going to be a permanent impediment to us accomplishing that objective? And because some of these issues are issues that will come off just the legislative issues, but in the committee meetings, what I would appreciate is for y'all to raise up for us what y'all see as those really significant issues that are real roadblocks, or what I'd call derailers, to us hitting the timelines or hitting the budgets. I know we're going to talk about budget methodology here in a minute, but and I'm asking anybody else's comments. I don't think we need to go through all these issues every committee meeting. I think that's an inefficient use of our time. But I would just ask Glenda for you and the staff to just, because we want to know about those sooner than later in the process. So, other thoughts or comments, Glenda?
Well, I know you feel the way I do. We're thinking 2 years down the line, and you can just see somebody sitting there going, what about this over there at the legislature? And I think, let me make a suggestion. When you go over these, put your auditor hats on, and maybe we can do sort of a risk assessment on each one of these, and that might be a diplomatic way to approach it. And we could just rate them, just like we do on our audit reports. And then we'll be able to say, see, from the very first, we thought this was a high risk item. That might help to use that auditing terminology.
I think it's a good idea as we move forward with those. What I was surprised is when I got them in the order and got them divided out, it became really clear that timing to clear some of these is a factor. The end of the legislative session, the actual implementation of someone's going to take care of more than half of the items that are listed.
Yeah. They're just a few, but they're doozies.
Yeah, there are.
And we can certainly do that.
Do you think by next committee meeting, Glenda, y'all will be far enough in this process where we can start through that? Okay. What other suggestions would anybody have for them on how we address that? Wayne, Laurie?
I know at our Commission for College Ready Texas, which I think needs to be folded somewhere in our committee structure, they're getting, for example, a public comment on the vertical teams and the work of the vertical teams. I don't know if that should be incorporated into this, and how does it impact if it does. Or what are, I guess it's really unclear as to what the end result will be of that commission, but they are getting public review of vertical teamwork and kind of doing all that. And I don't know how that should play in here, if at all. Is there any thoughts on that?
I feel the way you do, Elaine. I don't know exactly what the ultimate goal of that commission is. I think presumably that will become clear in the next meeting or two, but until then I'm not sure we know how the two pieces fit together.
Yeah. And also the TEA passed out a chart much similar to our chart, but it had the funding and the timing of what TEA needed to do. I'm wondering if we could look at that in concert with this, not merge
certainly.
the documents.
Certainly.
That's not what I'm suggesting.
I don't think we could if we tried.
Yeah. But just have it for reference for this committee, because it does have the TEA side of some of this to more detail.
That's right.
So that might be helpful to us as well.
That takes us through textbook adoption, materials review, the parts that are under the State Board of Education's authority, and that's a terrific idea.
And that sure has.
You know, Elaine, I think you bring up a really good point, and one that's I have no idea how to handle it, which is, we talked about this at our retreat in January, that, you know, we had the Closing the Gap initiative, and that everybody could kind of get that. And then we have so many other things under there that are called similar things. Like we have the statewide P16, the regional P16, we have the new P16 for special needs students or whatever that is. And nobody understands what they all are and how they all relate together. Even the people that are on them don't understand it. So I think it's a huge public relations issue. We talked about our name and the naming of our tasks, and it's just something we really do need to work out.
It's like that conference that some of us went to a few months ago, and you would have thought that none of this even existed. It was all focused. Was it it was that Texas Education Reform Group?
Yeah.
And it was like we didn't exist.
Yeah. It was frustrating.
Yeah.
So I guess we should know that some of the College Ready Texas Commission, I'm not sure how that'll be funneled in, if at all, you know, and fortunately we have staff there at the meetings and will be able to help us bridge it.
The reason I didn't respond at all to your statement, I'm not really clear on what's going to happen with the commission in terms of the vertical team work. Our vertical teams meet again June 4th and 5th, and the next meeting of the Commission for College Ready Texas is June 18th in Houston. And I believe it's going to be hosted at the University of Houston. That was the last I heard.
I don't know about it. Clueless.
And the new commissions that are starting underneath the new laws, are they going to go ahead and...
June 18th is
I haven't seen the legislation.
The Monday.
There was it was supposed to be a board on high school success, and then it was downgraded to a committee, and now it's a council. And what exactly its mandate is, although I understand that Terry was telling me about it this morning, that the legislation provides that TEA transfer resources over here so that we can oversee that.
Oh, really?
It was the Commissioner of Education's responsibility.
This is a commission on high school success.
Which is that Morrison's, or is that Marini's, or College Readiness, or is that...
It was Harrison Keller and Craddock's project.
Is that meaning graduation, or is that meaning college readiness, or...
It was both.
Well, it means both. And I understand that the reason that this body was established was because members of the legislature were not pleased with either TEA or the State Board of Education's performance in these areas.
I guess we need a coalition.
Yeah, 22 Thursday.
We need a coalition of all
Another body.
Well, but, I mean,
There's way too much.
there's no way to understand it all, or keep up with it, or direct people to the right way.
It sure would be helpful.
That's totally separate than Morrison's. Did you ask that question?
Morrison's is a separate one. Shapiro has a strategic planning.
You know, Morrison's commission is on higher ed,
Right.
and so is Zaffarini's. That's a higher ed planning process as well. This other thing is I think it's still called
So there's
something
two
for
high school success and completion initiative committee. and they do have a strategic plan. Its focus is really that piece of legislation creates, I'm going to say 8, I think that's right, 8 new programs that focus in on dropout prevention. And the boards, the committees, responsibility, oversight is for those 8 programs and their evaluation, and they have to create a strategic plan.
And the Commissioner of Education still chairs it?
The Commissioner of Education, the last version I saw, the Commissioner still chaired it, and the only thing I remember about crossover, but Terry would really know the latest on it, was there was $8.5 million that was going to be transferred from TEA to the coordinating board, because the coordinating board has responsibility for 2 programs, intensive summer programs for students in danger of either dropping out or not being college ready, and
our summer bridge
teacher
programs
education.
would pick that up, right?
They could fit in there, yeah. The creation of really STEM teacher ed academies that we would also be responsible for implementing.
Let me see if I can get a copy of that legislation.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Are those part of the 8?
Yes. The other, I don't know how much.
So there's some overlap.
I don't know how much detail you want. Yeah, yes, there is.
Well, there's overlap with some of the efforts we already have underway with House Bill 1.
Well, I prefer to think of it as an expansion of what we're doing with House Bill 1, because I think it fits in nicely. I think what it may conflict with, and this again is not, this is just I'm reading the bill and trying to interpret it. Its purpose looks very close to the P16 Council, the statewide P16 Council as
This committee.
the committee,
Yeah.
and its purpose and its strategic plan and all is quite similar.
I think it's a good opportunity to bring up a topic, and I know Lynn and I talked about this. There are so many different commissions, and
We have one more.
and we read about this commission now, Catherine, that you're kind of heading up for the commissioner on the Outreach and Success
Advisory Committee.
Advisory Committee. And I guess where I get concerned is just so many of these different initiatives, and how do we bring it all back into one party being responsible for it? And something I'd like to see us understand. I'm not being critical of that commission. I don't even understand it. I didn't know about it already.
We're going to try to get copies of the legislation.
But we're talking about we said this is an opportunity to talk about all the different commissions and all the different advisory committees and we were talking about the Outreach and Success Advisory Committee. Catherine's working on it for you. It's the whole issue. Like when I read that, I didn't really know what's the purpose of that and how does that fit in with what we're doing, and is that creating some unique value that we're not doing over here? And that's just an example. How do we draw all those different initiatives in together so that...
I think the state P16 Council ought to do that. That would seem to me to be the most reasonable place to try to coalesce everything. We can put that on the agenda of the next state P16 Council.
Commissioner, is it your understanding that the responsibility for that committee or council or whatever it's going to be called has changed from the Commissioner of Education to you? Because originally...
No, I understand that the Commissioner of Education would still be chair, but
You're on the council.
I think I'm on the commission, and I understand we've been given more responsibility for implementing much of its work.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. We'll see if we can pull up copies of the bill.
I guess what's happening is that partially because of the naming of things, we feel responsible for all these things.
Yeah.
And yet maybe we aren't. It's just...
That's right.
and we get asked about things that we don't even know about. We don't even know they exist, and there's already been meetings, you know.
Can we get a list of all of these different ones that have been established?
We're going to try to do that. We need to get a handle on all this stuff. Yeah.
Including all the higher education commissions which have been enacted in the legislature. Can y'all give us a snapshot just real quick of Catherine, the advisory committee, the outreach success, and how does that fit in with what we're doing and everything?
The Outreach and Success Advisory Committee has about 30 members. They represent different bodies. There's public ed and higher ed obviously on there. And they've been charged with 3 areas in particular. Marketing is one of the areas to help us devise what is the most effective way for us to target marketing and looking at statewide campaigns and reach underrepresented populations. The other area is MP16, and here again talking about helping, not so much helping with the planning of the summit, but talking about those ideas that would be really essential to make sure that people get information that they need on the P16 councils and helping us be strong advocates for that. Those were the primary areas, and then the other thing was the Go Centers, helping us look at how we might transition that model to make it stronger with the Go Centers, in particularly drilling down the Go Centers so they really take ownership among the ISD and the public education in particular. So those are the 3 subcommittees that are looking at those areas.
Well, does that, I'm confused.
I don't get it.
Does that not overlap with all the work that we're doing? I'm confused.
This is really a committee that Catherine put together for her division to provide some advice. This isn't the commissioners' council.
My understanding of the way this body is going to work, Catherine, is that you would like to get a better sense of good practices, good ideas from all over the state that would help you formulate recommendations to this committee and to the board about P16 issues.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
But are the members of P16s?
Some of them would be members of P16s, but no, not all of them.
I think the timing of it, it seems to me, is unfortunate. To me, it seems to kind of undercut the P16s. If I were, and I do feel like this since I'm just on the new P16 ambassador, well, what are we supposed to do? You know, I just don't get it.
I think part of the reason was because we do have these gaps. We have the gaps, obviously, in these 3 areas in particular. Like the commissioner said, it was to bring these folks in to give us input, give us feedback, give us best practices on what's working out there, what they see some barriers as being, or some new solutions. For instance, Dr. Paul Ruiz with the Education Trust, he's heading up the P16 subcommittee with his strong background.
Are these things that we don't, it seems like we know an awful lot about all that.
I think we do, Dr. Phillips. The putting together a committee that is a short-term committee that's going to look at some very specific areas and make recommendations to the assistant commissioner is what we intended. It was never
seen. We do that all the time.
Yeah, we use these very often on some areas, and we especially needed some assistance in the marketing area. And so it is not ever intended to even overlap the work that this committee is doing or the work of the individual P16 councils and that whole structure. What we're trying to do is just make sure that the staff is fully informed, knows what representatives from the institutions and the schools are thinking related to these subjects. Because we are really kind of shifting gears in some ways, that having some input from the public is a useful forum. This will not be a long-term committee. It won't go on and on and on.
And these people, and one of the differences between the people on this committee, as I understand it, and members of P16 councils, these are actual practitioners.
Yeah.
These are people that are mid-level who actually implement, develop programs.
Give it another name. It needs to be called the
That's fine.
Practitioners Advisory Committee or something like that, because that will, if I had gotten the memo and that's what it had said, I would have gotten it.
It probably shouldn't be called advisory committee, because typically committees that are named advisory are advisory to the commissioner.
Well,
That's not the case here. Because
But
they're not.
Raymond said they were going to report to Raymond and...
No, just Catherine's
In your report, though, it said to you and the board.
Oh, okay.
And then it skipped our committee, so it was very confusing.
Oh, no, I thought I said the committee, this committee on the board.
I don't think so, but...
Okay.
You probably had a few other things in your mind.
That's what I should have said.
I think again, that's not criticism. It's just it's all the different initiatives, and it's trying to figure out, my biggest concern is when we look at our historical efforts, we've had so many initiatives, we've become so diluted that, and I don't mean this critically, but I mean, you're like this, mediocrity is what happens, as opposed to narrowing our scope where, excellence comes out of it. And I really believe that we've narrowed our scope over the last year and a half with HB1. I think that's what it's helped us to do, is narrow our scope. So that's my concern, is just Catherine not seeing, if it's gathering information, I just hate to see it be a long-term process. It's going to take you away from something else that we really need to be pursuing on HB1. So,
I know Linda hit it right on the head when she said short term, and that's the key right there. I mean, their charge is over in about 4 months. So.
I think the key is, Commissioner, we can bring all these together just for the board, because I think the board is going to start asking all these questions. What is Morrison's? What is Shuro's? What's this new high school? I mean, and how does all that tie in?
What's on second?
So I think that would help the board.
Who's on third?
To understand.
We don't know.
And that's not your fault. That's the legislature.
We have to sit down and look at those and figure out where we can get them to really work together, and perhaps in some cases they wouldn't be separate groups. There may be a way to make them the same or tie them into something else. I think that's part of what Raymond was suggesting in terms of the P16 Council, but we really need to know more about them.
Okay.
But back to Catherine's advisory group, I mean, and I'm not privy to what they're doing or the appointment or any of that, but we need a lot of information on the kind of just ground level, what's happening out there in the real world, why the ghost centers aren't doing what we envisioned them to do when they were initially set up and funded through our foundation and other monies, right? And there's a lot of stuff that the way it was envisioned to be is not the way it's turned out to be.
How might we do it better?
How might we do it better? What didn't work about it? What did work about it? Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because it was a really good idea, but the implementation was not. So just whatever it was that didn't turn out very well. And they would know better than we would know, because they're out there in the field, right? And also to get like our media message out that's just kind of dwindled away. What they out there in the very diverse areas of the state, what would work better in their areas, and then we can take all that and devise what we're going to do from there, right?
Very good summary. Yes.
Because we need to know that. Because we just kind of hear anecdotal information, and the reality is neither one of those two things have worked well.
One of the things we're talking about then, we're going to talk about in a minute.
So in the trenches, why not?
Lorraine, is we're talking about, at least with the HB1 initiatives, and I don't know if Lynette or Gwen are going to comment on this, we're going to talk about everything that we're spending money on is an outcome measurement. Joe smiles. He knows that's what I'm looking for every time is, what's the outcome, whether it's a good outcome or whether it's a bad outcome. In 2 years, we're going to be sitting back down with the legislature trying to get all this money, this $12 million a year, reappropriated for outreach and success. So I think that's the number, $24 million. So we can figure out what has worked and hasn't worked.
And if it didn't work, why didn't it?
Yeah.
And how could we tweak it and improve it?
Part of the budget, it was to approve a staff member to focus on evaluation. That person has been hired.
Good.
And will be starting this week. I don't recall whether it's this week or next week.
I think it's June 4th.
June 4th?
Yeah, next week.
Next week.
Monday.
Because I went back and looked, and I think that's when it...
We've been all over the board on this agenda item. I guess the last thing I would just ask is, are there, I think your methodology is good, Glenda, for what you're talking about in terms of the challenges and impediments. Is there anything that we need to be aware of at this committee meeting today that you're aware of?
No.
That's a major impediment, roadblock that we need to address.
Not where we are right now.
And I think you were telling me at break at lunch, overall you feel pretty good about where we are in the process right now.
I feel really good about where we are in terms of those summer bridge programs, course redesign, those activities that it took us a while to get up and running until we got the process down. I've been really pleased with the work that has gone on, the reception that we're getting from the field, the responses that we're getting back. We've entered a whole new era. During the time that I've been at the coordinating board in 20 years, we're in a whole new place. And it's taken some adjustments on the school side, on the institution side, as well as on our side, because this is brand new to have the coordinating board have money available for some of those initiatives that we put out there in front of them, want them to do. So it's really pretty exciting. And some of the programs that we've looked at, some of the proposals are very innovative.
Yeah, give them your very quick summary of the three different types of...
Well, for the developmental ed summer bridge programs, I was telling Mr. Ryder that it seemed to me I could divide them into three groups. There was one group that was business as usual. They're not really proposing anything different. It's based on what they're currently doing. And then there were this kind of middle group where they're trying to do something different, but they don't want to really get out there too far. And then the smaller group,
water.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. You know, they want to sample it. And then there's a group that just said, "Oh heck," and they've jumped off the cliff. And so it's going to be interesting as we evaluate them to see what comes back.
We like to jump off the cliff, people.
Well, maybe they're somewhere between the two, the top two. But there are those people out there that we're going to have to really work with during this next year to get them ready to do good programs next summer, because what we saw from some of the institutions was just more of the same.
And I can reiterate, in the high school summer bridge programs, we saw basically the same kind of division among the three groups. So,
well, what's important for us is to make sure that we're allocating some of the dollars to the unique new ideas to help us take that next step. So. Okay. As I said, we've been all over the board. I'm not sure what agenda item we're on. I think we're on, are we on 6?
We're on the issues column.
Okay, so we're going way through that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think we know where we need to be.
Okay. I think next one, then we go to the methodology for the tracking the funding. And Linda,
Lynette and I are going to do this as a song and dance, depending on where the committee wants to go with it. In terms of how we can keep the committee best informed on dollars that are flowing for House Bill 1, we know there are several different ways to do it. On a quarterly basis, you get a report in the back of your agenda, usually the very last item, that lists all of the actions that the commissioner has taken during the previous 3 months since the last agenda book. And in there you will have the detail about contracts that were awarded that the commissioner signed off on. That item will be an item that will also go to the Agency Operations Committee. So there's one place where you can find that, and that is also available on your website so that you have it. So that's the thing that's always there. In addition to that, every time this committee meets, and I hope every time the board meets, you will have an agenda item on participation and success that provides you an update, such as the one we went through earlier today, where we talk about how many proposals came in on a particular item, how many awards were being made, how many students might be impacted by that. And we will continue to provide that information to you in terms of the awards. We had toyed with a way to provide more information tied to the budget, and you have something that looks similar to this at your place. Yours may not. I didn't cut mine off, so yours is probably page size and should be labeled Agenda Item 6. And Lynette, want to talk about how we might be able to use this.
This is actually an internal document that I'm going to give Joe credit or blame for, however you want to look at it. That we've been using to discuss budgetary issues around House Bill 1 college readiness. And so I adapted it somewhat to show our current budget for each of the initiatives, and then the revised column. I thought about this after I sent this to Glenda. It probably ought to say pending, because this budget has not been approved by LBB and the governor's office. Now, what you see reflected in the updates really reflects this right-hand column, because we are very hopeful. We don't anticipate that the LBB or the governor's office is going to deny us that particular thing, but that could happen. Anyway, we're hopeful that this revised budget will be acceptable to them, and we'll actually be able to spend funds in this way. For instance, if you look at the second line, college readiness standards, vertical teams, we went from 100,000 to 1.396, and that's because that includes the P16 special advisors. It includes some funding for the vertical team members through their institutions for their expenses, and then some related expenses.
The Conway facilitation
Right, the Conway facilitation contract. So things that we had anticipated when we wrote the fiscal note way back in the summer, we simply could not anticipate. And so we've another place where there's a huge change is in the financial aid for student college readiness testing, which is under 5.08, about midway. We had put $1.925 million, and we're not going to use near that. And that was an issue of timing, working with the College Board and ACT and trying to get some things going when their testing occurs in October. I mean, we were way behind the 8 ball for that, so we didn't go in that direction. So it's reassigning funding that we have in a deliberate and thoughtful way, and so that's where you'll see some changes in our proposed budget.
And if you will recall that in the document, the side by side, you have a budget column that reflects those numbers based on the items. We have another option, if you'll turn on the overhead. In that document, the electronic version only, not the printed version, with the help of Lori Frederick, if you are you pointing to the icon? I'm blind from here. Okay, there's a little icon there that you can click on if we do this, and it will take you to more detail on that particular item, and we could use that icon to provide specific information. There's information related to the rising 11th grade and the rising 12th grade items, so that you can get more detailed information on it. And then we have one other option, and that option provides a lot of detail, and it's the one that may be the most difficult for the staff to do and keep up to date on a frequent basis, like daily when some of this changes. Lori, will you open that other one up, where we can actually get down to the detail. Now, I want to emphasize to you that we have names in here and we have dollars amounts. These are not real. I mean, they're there, but they are, some of them may turn out to be real. We were just trying to put together where we have data resources that we could merge into a document that would be very easy for board members to use. This would not be out on the regular board web. It would only be on your little network web. and it would provide very specific detail on the institutions that would get the awards and the dollar value for those. This is one of those that will take some time to do. The others are fairly easy, can be very routine. And so we need some feedback from you as to what you might prefer.
I prefer a line item like that. I mean, you can't know unless you know, you know?
Right.
And,
well, we thought about ways that when we completed an award process of just sending to the board members the list of the awardees in case you wanted to contact somebody and say, I see you've got a summer bridge program, and congratulations, really proud of you for doing that. We were afraid we were going to slip into a place where we'd do it for a while and then somehow it wouldn't be as routine. And so we were looking at different ways that we could make that available.
My only concern, Linda, and as much so like detail, is just the amount of time you're going to spend in putting this kind of detail together and how much it's going to really get used.
And that's part of it.
I mean, for me, you know, that when you take it up a level, that level that showed rising 11th and rising 12th graders, I mean, to me, and I might call and say, well, listen, let me see who got the grants for the rising 11th, the rising 12th, and y'all would have that on an Excel report you could shoot to me by email. But again, I say, how much are we going to use that detailed work in terms of the amount of time you got to spend to put that in there?
Right.
And incorporate in the report. I don't know if I'm really going to use it that much. I'll use that second drop down, but I don't think I'd use the third drop down.
well, I just don't feel like I know what's going on unless I see that. But is the problem making it user-friendly? I mean, you have this information.
We have that information,
So,
and we can...
I'd say forget making it user-friendly for the board. If we want to know, we can come look.
Right.
Well, there's really a midpoint. You're assuming when you do this last one, Glenda, I think that it's all part of the same database. Say it doesn't have to be, because you're right. The staff will have a list just like this. So it's a matter of you could have the budget, and if you wanted to have a spot there where you click to see who was actually awarded and the amounts, that would actually be easy to do. It just wouldn't be part of the same database per se, but you wouldn't know that, and the staff has to have that list.
Yeah, of course.
You wouldn't be able to click, not necessarily click from this up to the next level. But you could have that information available.
Well, and I think we need to ask the committee. I mean, for me, I want to know who got the grants for the Rising 11th and 12th graders. I want to see what was the acceptance of the grant, what was the grant process, who's in it, are we hitting urban markets, rural markets,
You will see this quarterly in that board report. You will see it if you're a member of the Agency Operations Committee in the report to them. At staff, we toyed with this for a long time, trying to figure out where the right points were. So I wanted you to
report this quarterly.
Yes.
No matter what we say.
No matter what.
Well, quarterly, I think it's perfect.
Yeah, that's fine. Because it's a part of what the contracts that the commissioner approves up to 100. Is it 100,000 that? I can't remember if it was 100 or 250,000, those that the commissioner has done in the interim. And so he's the one who signs off.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if that would do, if you want it on a quarterly basis, or if you wanted something almost real time, which was, we were kind of looking at that whole run.
Would y'all do the first drop down like shows the Rising 11th and 12th graders?
Lori, can you go back a...
Okay. I'm still trying to evaluate it. It looks very promising.
Because we want to give you what you want.
Well, but we also want to create...
Here's the...
Yeah, that right there. I mean, are you planning on generating that information?
Yes, we can do that very easily.
Okay. I think that'd be interesting.
You mean quarterly?
But then I ain't drilling down any further than that, more often than quarterly.
I don't think I'd look at it more than quarterly.
Inefficient use of the staff's time.
Oh, no.
Everybody in agreement with that?
Totally.
Okay.
Well, I just
Can I ask you the other key question I've really got, and maybe we're going to talk about this in evaluation, but really is, and I really like this report because it really allows us to stay on top of where the money's being spent, but will we get, I assume we're going to get an outcome measurement on each of these programs?
Yes, you will.
That's good.
I haven't talked to staff yet, but I've made a note that we need to think about what type of report or document we want at certain points in time that really evaluates some of these. And I think we need, if there may be either an individual evaluation of bridge programs, or it may be something that incorporates the evaluation of the various HB1 projects. But we need to let our own staff know at X point in the time, whether it's this time next year or some other appropriate point, there needs to be a formal evaluation, a document that gives you what works and doesn't work, and that in turn could be available to people at institutions so they can make better decisions. And I don't know, your discussion just made me think we needed to do something like that. I don't know exactly what form that would take. We need to talk about that. But
well, I hope what we do, David, is more than just measure data point outcomes. In other words, that after the summer bridge program, TSI scores went up from X to X, and we saw that developmental education bridge program was working. But I'd also like us to see, what were the lessons learned and how we can do this better next year.
And that's what should happen in a real program evaluation.
Right.
We need to make sure that happens. If you don't, you haven't learned anything. Because number one, numbers can go up, and it may be something that would have happened regardless of what you did.
Yeah.
And so...
And we're really excited that this evaluator is going to be able to join us.
What's his or her name?
Her name is Robin Zuniga, I believe. Okay. And she, I have not met her myself, but her resume is extraordinarily impressive. Evie was on the review committee that selected her, and she gave a lot of feedback that this woman can hit the ground running. She will be reporting to Janet in Susan's area, so she will be up with the data people so that she can get what she needs and do the analysis that she will need there. And so we're really excited.
She was with the Western equivalent, of the Southern Regional Education Board for a number of years and did evaluations for them. She's highly recommended by Cheryl Blanco from that group. Actually, I have seen things. I haven't seen anything recently, but I had seen presentations she made past years. I know she was well respected by institutions in the West. Hopefully that will remain the same here.
That sounds great. So anyway, we're really excited. That's a quantum leap for us, is actually having this position filled. And I believe June 4th was the date I heard that she would be here.
And she's a staff member, not a consultant.
Yes, she is. She's an employee paid by House Bill 1 funds. It's one of our 8 positions.
Purpose will be program evaluation, and that's it. Nothing else.
That's great.
Start her off with the Ghost Center.
We've got to have her get all of these programs that are kicking off during the summer. We've got to be sure that we have that. We'll get to it.
Okay, what else, Glenda? I think that's good on the track. I
think we're in good shape. I think we know what you want. And what we'll do initially is do some pointing out of where it is so that you can see it until people get used to it.
That'd be great. Do we know, when y'all update this, or we'll be updating this, do we get a notice that that's...
Yes.
Okay.
You should get one of those automatic emails from the, whatever that system...
To know to go in and look at changes.
To go in and look at changes.
Okay.
It'll say something's been added to our...
It will have, to that
website and what it is. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, anything else on the methodology for tracking funding? Okay. Roman numeral 9 was going to be an update on P316 field specialist, and Linda asked that we defer that to our next meeting. And Chris was out, and so we're giving him
he's recovering, so he's back.
But I do think that's important we do raise that. When will our next meeting be? It'll be in
September. Georgia, help me with the date.
September 5th.
Okay.
September 5th.
I think that'll be real important then, Chris, because we'll be coming off the P316 summit. Hopefully the field specialist, I just think it'd be a good time for us to revisit that. and to find out what's working, what's not working, what came out of the summit, did that empower them more, all those issues. So, okay, Glenda, I'm not following in your script. Matter of fact, I almost lost it. But anyway, I think we're down to the overview of the July board meeting agenda items. I really think that most of these
almost everything has been covered. The item on here that you have not covered earlier today is the first item, which is the Paul Perkins funds. That item there will be an agenda item on the agency operations committee for that.
Okay.
And then on the board meeting day, you will actually have as a part of your agenda. So we're taking the funding pieces through agency operations, and so that committee will hear it, and then it will come back as a report here, I believe. I'm not sure it may actually move, but that's...
Will all these rule changes levels up?
These are the rule changes we went over this morning. There are 3 of those.
Texas Grant.
Let's see, where are they?
TEG.
Texas Grant, TEG, and one other one. Hazelwood.
But will these be consents?
Those would, unless we get comments.
Okay.
We don't call them consent until we know what the comment period nets out for us.
Okay.
Mr. Ryder, it is very likely that we will need a short meeting of this committee to review the other rules that will come forward before the July board meeting.
An hour before.
Depending on how many if it's just these 3, we can easily do that.
Okay.
I don't know how many rules may need to be there as a result of legislation that's passed that we have to have something in place for fall.
Okay.
So I don't want to say it'll just be these 3, but at a minimum it will be these.
Okay, well, you can let us know.
Yes. I just didn't want you to think you were off the hook if something was coming. They come back on those.
Yeah. I have a question. I know this is really stupid, but what are rules? I mean, where do they generate from, and how are they made? I don't understand them.
Okay. I think Bill, do you want to address that one? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was asking a question about this very same thing. So
Dr. Phillips has a question about rules. Where did they come up from?
What kind of creature are they?
Just rules in general. She's not talking about a specific set of rules.
Well, rules in general would have to follow the statutory scheme so that your rules are based on whatever the statutes are that we're going to flesh out by creating rules. And is that not clear?
Question. So once you get legislation passed, then the agency, whichever one it is, creates its own rules?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the idea being that the legislature in the legislation usually grants us the authority to create rules, or we have an omnibus grant as part of the enabling legislation behind the coordinating board. Okay. But there has to be legislative support for the rules.
Thank you.
And that's why the 3 that Jane talked about earlier today, depending on what the legislation actually says when everything gets clear and we look at it. Thank you.
Bill, you might distinguish that at certain periods of time we go through a full review of our rules, don't we?
We're going to do that. Matter of fact, that will be on the July board meeting agenda. This is our year coming up, next fiscal year, to review all of our rules, starting with Chapter 1 and going all the way through 25, I guess it is. And we have a proposed chronological sequence in which we're going to take up those rules, subject, of course, to the board's authorization. And we'll be taking up certain rules, or proposing to, in October for review, in January, and then again next April for review. So that during that time frame, come the end of next April, we will have covered each and every one of our rules. Some of them may not change at all. Some may change dramatically.
Sounds like a lot.
It is.
And how often do we do this? How often do we do this?
Every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
That's by statute.
I just waited, I would have said
Lorraine gets to miss that, you know. It's
Section 167, page 9 through 114.
She's done it once, yeah. I can do it every 4 years.
And I'm so glad I'm missing it.
Thanks, Bill. Linda, one other thing before we go to this next agenda item, on the budget, those items, that $13 million that you and Lynette just showed us on that schedule, since our fiscal year ends August 07, can those be carried over? I mean, how does that work? Do we can spend those dollars or what?
Between years, you have to have a special authority from the legislature to be able to carry them over, the unexpended balance. And we are fortunate, I believe, I haven't actually seen it in writing yet, that we have some carryover authority for House Bill 1 funds.
$1 million.
So that if those funds are not expended before August 31, we will actually be able to expend those in fiscal year 08.
Only up to $1 million?
Mm-hmm.
So do we assume we're going to have all those expended?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's great.
So part of what you saw in the budget earlier, some of the shift in funds was staff reacting to that to make sure the funds were used, but used on things that you had wanted them to be.
When we missed
start some things a little earlier that might have been done next year.
So, but in September, we'll be looking at really a new budget that will be looking out 12 months for this next $13 million.
Actually, we'll be doing that in July.
Okay.
We'll do the budget in July, right?
Okay. But it'll be
the agency budget.
Agency budget, it will be embedded in the agency
our September meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We didn't know if we were going to get to agenda item 13, but it's on the dual credit courses. And Lynette, you're going to discuss that with us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ryder. This actually came out of a number of different discussions, both at the staff level and at the board level, but mostly around the college credit program that came out of House Bill 1. I'm sure you're familiar with the 12 hours that high schools will need to be offering to their kiddos beginning this next fall, I believe. And in that legislation, if you look at the attachment, it actually has the attachment A, has that legislation, that colleges and universities, if requested to, they must assist the school district in developing and implementing this program. So it gets into the dual credit area, and so there are a number of issues that could come up possibly. We're hearing a little bit of concern about our ability to do that, even though our rules are permissive enough to allow institutions to implement this with high schools. There are other issues that don't get covered in those rules. And so what we've outlined here, staff met to discuss this, to kind of put together for you some discussion points around the main issues that we see to be concerns about being able to implement this. And I think you'll see I've highlighted those areas: costs, financial aid, capacity, eligibility, class size, end-of-course exams, the quality of those offerings, and technology. Now, those are the main issues. Of course, there are peripheral issues that touch on these things. And so looking at those kinds of issues, as Glenda shared with you earlier, that Joe and his shop are preparing a survey to go out to the institutions to ask some of the questions that would address some of this. So one of our recommendations is that we collect and analyze some of this data to see where are we? Before we can go forward, we really need to know where we are with all of this. And so while we do collect some information through the regular reporting, some of this eludes us, and so we do have an effort going forward with Joe and his staff to collect some of this, so we really know where we are with dual credit. And then another recommendation was that we create an advisory committee of high school teachers and college faculty jointly with TEA, so that we work on this issue together. And as an advisory committee, it would be an advisory committee either to the commissioner, to the board, or to this committee, to really address the issues once we have this information together. That in concert with the report that came out of the P16 Council, which is also attached to this. You'll see a draft of that report. They did some studying, and we had a staff member assigned to that, James Goman out of Joe's shop, was on that committee, and so he's going to be involved seriously in this work. I think he's the one that's working on the survey itself. And some of that comes out of this report and work that the P16 Council subcommittee worked on with regard to dual credit. So there are all kinds of efforts going forward on this issue.
We're better than you.
And then the third step or recommendation would be to work with the Virtual College of Texas and UT Telecampus to offer more distance ed dual credit courses. So we can be more proactive in working with at least those two entities in trying to address the college credit program.
Or possibly others.
Right. That was just the two that came off the top of our head were those two, and certainly other institutions that may have those capabilities to deal with the capacity issue and tuition. That's another factor. So, and we'll take any insight and recommendations from the committee as you see us going forward with this. Did we identify the main issues as you see them? Mr. Adams had shared with us an email from one superintendent. We took that into consideration and identified for him, for that particular superintendent, it was the issue of tuition, which is different across the state and may even be different within a region. For instance, a community college service area, you've got in-district tuition, you've got out-of-district tuition, and they may be neighbors. And so there are those issues that Mr. Adams brought to us. So that's all a part of this as we go forward and look at the whole issue of dual credit. And quality, the quality of offerings has been an issue raised from time to time over the years. And so we're hoping to wrangle with these issues as a staff.
The staff's trying to develop a framework. It's easy on one hand to say that every school is going to have either dual credit, 12 hours of dual credit AP or IB, a year from this fall. But in practicality, there are going to be problems, and the staff is at least thinking, well, it's not totally within our authority or charge, but it would be, a failure on our part if we didn't at least try to look at the framework for here are some of the basic issues and here's some suggestions of how to do it that are specific recommendations, ranging from the quality issue which has been raised in relation to some changes in SACS accreditations and things that have been relied upon to one Joe frequently raises, what if there are only 3 students at a school, and that's how the online aspect came up. So just a whole range of as we learned, Ms. Bricker and Glenn and I were in Houston, learned that Houston Community College wasn't able to offer dual credit at all the high schools right now that HISD wanted. So there are just a number of things that while there will probably still be some issues fall 2009, at least staff can help to try to overcome some of them or to identify some of them and find fixes before then. So anything you hear from the field would be helpful for them.
And one of the things I think we're trying to get a handle on is how much of this is anecdotal. It is happening. That's not to say it's not happening, but how much of what we're hearing is really widespread and how much of it is in pockets. And without having the data, we don't know. It may just be, located in a particular type of community. That's not to say that's not a real issue, but we need to get a handle on how pervasive some of these concerns are.
How soon will we get back the information from all the institutions, the surveys that are going to go out? Is that
Those usually take several weeks after we get them out, and we haven't even finished the design of the questionnaire yet. We had a first draft.
And you've got a timing issue, too, because this is summer.
Yes. This is an opportunity, I must say, great opportunity for finger pointing if you read the legislation. It says the district shall offer, and it says upon request the institutions of higher education shall assist. And as you know, these kinds of things cost money. They're not economical to run for 2 or 3 students. That may be all that are qualified and interested in taking a dual credit course in a given high school. If you're the principal and you've got 3 students who want to take it and you request the institution of higher education to offer it and they say no thanks, which way do you point? And so it's to design this questionnaire so that we have good information. It's going to be a little tricky. I think it will be well into the summer before we have good answers.
Who would be the best point of contact for input? Would it be Ken Craycraft, or would it be someone here? Or?
It's here, I would say. And probably James Goman.
Send him to me, I'll get him to James.
Or Joe Stafford.
Okay, because this is an issue, I don't know, I'm sure it's an issue across the state, but if in fact there are areas of the state that are not in a community college taxing district,
there are a few,
and if there are, if the majority of courses offered are offered through community colleges, then that is probably the biggest problem that we have. And this is going to impact community colleges' annexation efforts. Already has. So there's a bigger picture of trying to figure out how to fund community colleges, how to govern community colleges more effectively and less politically. So the bigger picture is, do we need to recommend that the way that we run community colleges in the state be completely revamped?
Wow.
I mean, it's a bigger picture than that. If in fact a teacher teaching that course has to have 15 hours in that course subject to teach the class, then it is a given that this is not going to happen. I mean, it's a given. So then we look at maybe doing this remotely so that it's like distance learning, so that there's a teacher that's certified and that person's going to all the different schools. The extra GPA, we've talked about this before. If the extra point.
Well, we get to weigh in on that now that we have the authority to.
Yeah, and I've heard that it's a local decision, and then I've heard that it's not a local decision.
Well, it is a local decision in terms of what they do for their high school, but it will not be in terms of application for college now.
So if you are a high school student that wants to graduate for obvious reasons in the top 10% of your class, you do not take dual credit. There is no reason to take dual credit. You take an AP course, so you get that extra grade point. So it's a much bigger picture than some of these issues, and that's why, I mean, there's got to be some sort of a think tank that's, and there's some people that talk to me regularly, and I email you guys and tell you, and of course exams have a huge impact on dual credit and of course exams are aligned with TEKS, and dual credit is aligned with college readiness, which has nothing to do with TEKS necessarily. So again, if you're a high school student, why would you take dual credit?
Well, and we also have to remember the legislation says dual credit, AP or IB, and that's part of what complicates the process is that in some cases the schools may not be really interested in dual enrollment, or part of the issue will be addressed because they have the AP courses or they have the IB, so it's a different kind of issue, and that really is a local decision in terms of to what extent do they want to do it through that, and frequently it will be the AP just because of the reasons you stated, and really, whether the board wants to weigh in on is there anything preferable or not is that's another issue. But at some level, do we get make the 12 hours available through whatever means in high quality, and then when you figure that out, then all these other things can flow from it, just as you said.
So if I get, there's a couple people that are, I'll ask them for some information. I'll send it to you, directly to you.
That'd be great. Well, the juggling act we have with this questionnaire is to keep it short enough that we get good answers,
right,
and long enough to get most of the information that we need. So early on, you'll give us the best information you can about what's being asked. We'll try to build it in. We
may need to bring in a small group of people, or go out to a small group of people to just talk to them, and even about what we're finding in the survey, and is it accurate? To what extent maybe it's accurate, but it's misleading.
Like if you wanted to take maybe a subcommittee of this group and have a focus group in the different communities, because people like Mary Alice Wells, she and Charles Cook have written up questions, because every time they have questions I say, write it up and let me send it to y'all.
And you're all a part of this.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that. And I mean, those, and the principal at his alma mater, who offers the most dual credit in the whole city. Oh, y'all, I'm sorry. I forgot, you too. And my mother. Lamar, they offer more dual credit courses than anybody, and he's told me there's no way he can offer the kind of courses with the numbers of students he has.
Well, on the other hand, technically all of this statutory requirement could be met today without any increase in dual credit, because you've got the AP, the IB. So there is, as I say, there's a great opportunity for the finger pointing here of, well, we want it, but we don't want to pay for it kind of approach. And
one of the problems we're going to have this year is that all the principals have already done their course schedules. And they're going to write on that little survey, forget it, I'm done. I'm off to Galveston or wherever.
The statutory requirement applies in 2008, so it's a year off. And what we're really going to try to survey is what problems have they run into in trying to gear up for it this year.
So we don't.
Yeah, fall 08.
It's all 08.
Yeah, sorry.
It's fall 08 is the.
Okay, good. I'm
It's
relieved.
not fiscal year 08.
Yeah.
It's fall.
That's why the staff thought they really needed to make sure they started looking at it now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's great. I'm relieved.
But as these community colleges, and I'd be interested to see what community colleges do not have, I mean, what areas of the state do not have community college. What's it not called, the district? What's it called?
The service area.
Service area, yeah.
The entire state is divided up into service areas. There are a few counties and a few school districts that are not a part of any service area. They're shared.
Just a few.
Very few.
Wherever the city of Graham is, I've forgotten that county.
There's a little,
It's one little county up in between Weatherford and.
It's in Young County.
Young County.
Southeast around the Lamars.
Well, I know that Montgomery lost their, that North Harris Montgomery was not successful with their annexation. Katy, A-Leaf, Spring Branch, and North Forest don't have.
They're in a service area, but they're not in a taxing district. And so there's a difference.
Yeah, and so the tuition, is exorbitant.
But we have some areas of the state that aren't even in a service area. So you've got a few areas not in a service area. Then the rest of the state is in a service area or a taxing district.
Seems like somebody needs to be bold enough to implode the current system of community colleges and make it. Go ahead, Raymond. Since you didn't do anything since yesterday.
We are going to take a look. There is that House Select Committee on Public and Higher Ed Financing. That would be the to raise that issue.
Yeah. Including appointing rather than electing board members to community colleges.
Is that one of those off-the-cliff things?
Yeah,
that is. Yeah.
I think that's it.
Well, I was quiet at lunch, so I just
It does seem like hidden in that bill is some preference that's not stated. And I don't understand why the legislature doesn't just say what they want done if they have something in mind. Because nothing could happen, right? if they offer enough AP and IB,
They could just say they're in compliance.
Right.
Yes.
I think every superintendent probably could declare that they're in compliance by offering just 4 AP courses. So that's the extreme. The other extreme is I know that there are more than 4 lower division courses that would qualify for dual credit that are offered either through the virtual college or the UT telecampus. They could simply say to their students, go sign up. So if everybody did that, of course, then the system would break, but technically it's
Do we
there.
know how many students take dual credit courses online, Joe?
Not very many. I haven't seen
There's a
those
lot of
numbers.
capacity before we get to the point of system collapse.
Well, there's the opportunity for that, but I think that's one reason you have to think ahead, because if you want to push people towards that, the system has to be ready. Because it's one thing if you're dealing with 35 students statewide, it's something entirely different if it's 1,800.
Some of those courses are designed for section sizes of 35 per instructor. So,
Well, I think one of the ways that distance ed has been used by a number of high schools where you have 2 students in Tenny Hall, 2 in Walking and 2 in Shelbyville, and then somewhere else is through the virtual college for physics. Those kind of courses that you just don't have the teacher to teach it, you don't have the students to do it. And I think you'll see a lot of that in the virtual college done by distance, but it's not huge numbers. You add them up all across the state, West Texas and those places. They're not huge numbers of students taking it that way. Most dual credit is delivered on the college campus that's very near to the high school, or where the college sends faculty to the high school to deliver.
This is actually an opportunity, if it's the direction that the board wants to go, is to make some of those options more evident. I mean, the requirement for the dual credit is really an avenue for making some of those resources much more evident to schools. Because I think in some cases they're just not aware of them.
especially in overcrowded areas. If they can have the dual credit courses at night, they're just thrilled.
Well, it seems to me that the issue of online dual credit courses we ought to take a close look at that. What I like about online dual credit courses is that you could control quality and rigor. It's much more difficult to do that at the local level. When the University of California began offering AP courses online, because there were a lot of remote parts of the state, far northern California along the Oregon border, the San Joaquin Valley, where school districts are extremely poor. When the University of California started offering AP courses online to students in those areas, the passage rate for students on the AP exams was way above the norm in urban areas. And the quality was much more rigorous. So I think that dual credit courses online, if done well, could be very, very strong.
And one of the interesting things, if you look at Appendix C in Ken Craycraft's report, there are only 8 courses that have enrollments of over 1,000 students. So if we focused on those 8 courses and developed good quality online rigorous courses, used the high school teachers as teaching assistants with a degree of centralized control, could have quite a lot of impact. And so that's one of the issues we're short.
I don't think you mentioned it, Joe, but Joe's mentioned before that this does have some tie-in with the efforts in terms of course redesign as well, because some of those courses are the very courses that would be offering and dual credit the same subject areas. So there can be something learned from that could inform us getting to something like
Well, and if we did that, Joe, those online dual credit courses could become the default standard for rigor in dual credit courses, because we are already getting complaints that some of those dual credit courses are not as rigorous as they ought to be. And we've already started receiving complaints that there is grumbling among college faculty that we shouldn't credit those courses unless there's some way of measuring rigor.
There were, just as a by the way, there were about 120,000 going to say in 2006 AP exams taken in the state. So that is a very vibrant program.
The subject matter that's most popular are the same general areas as our first 3 redesigned courses. It's pre-calculus rather than calculus. It's history and government rather than just history, and it's composition. So those are the 3 that we're working on. This will be the first 3 field tested this fall. So there's some nice overlap here. We haven't had those discussions yet, but I think it looks very promising.
We also need quality control over the design of how the thing works technologically, because I've noticed with the kids in Bastrop that are taking distance courses, some of them can submit all their work by email. Some of them have to mail it and the teachers lose it, or they haven't got, so there are a lot of things we can do to make it work better from the outset.
That's right. That's good.
Good idea.
Any other comments? Joe, if you'll just keep us updated as you go through the process, and something like Lori's going to be sending a lot of people your way.
Oh, yeah.
Much rather answer those questions now than later. Thank you.
We're really almost through. Agenda item number 13. We are going to put that off for discussion until the September meeting, because we're hoping to have, I guess, a draft of the college readiness standards by then, are we not? Which is a great time, and then those we will review them in September, and then they'll be approved, I guess, at the October meeting. So
that will be first reading.
First reading.
And then we'll put them out for additional comment period, and we'll ask the board to adopt in final version in January.
Okay. And then the last one was, I guess, a copy of this presentation that we had put comments from to share with other board members if they wanted to use that presentation.
And if I may, thanks to the hard work of Lynette Heckman, we have a draft that you have in front of you. You will see the slides, and underneath the slides is a script, basically, that a board member could choose to use to provide explanation for the material in the slides. And some of the slides, there's a lot of text. Some of the slides are pretty clear just looking at the material on the slides. The examples that are used in here, when we put this together for Mr. Ryder, we used the El Paso collaborative data, and then the end of the slide shows material that would be handed out to members of the audience that are focused on that region. You will see Smith County as the basis for that, for the one that's attached to Mr. Ryder's. And so we would have sets of materials available for each board member. And what we will do is, when Mr. Ryder has a chance to review this and make any needed changes in it, we will burn a CD with the PowerPoint presentation and also with the data for the board member's region, and that would be sent to a board member. We'll send this Perryman one, we'll send this Mendoza one, and you may use it or not, depending on how you want to do it.
Just so you have some sense of how this is really basically four areas of concentration. First, we talk about the responsibilities of the board. Then we get into the goals of closing the gaps and talk a little bit about just what those are briefly. Then there's a more deliberate focus on the progress for those goals. And then the issue about the P16 Council, and where is it that we are currently with some P16 councils that are in existence, and then based upon Mr. Ryder's suggestion, a challenge at the very end that says, okay, so now that you've seen all of this and you've seen our data, do we need a P16 council, and if so, what's going to be our focus? So it's really a jumping off point, maybe off the cliff, for local communities to have that discussion around what it is that we're doing at the state level. So if you've got some suggestions about how that could be improved, although Mr. Ryder had a number of good suggestions about that, we'd be certainly glad to hear what you have to say.
If I could put one thing on the table when I look at Smith County and whether you would want or not, when we go, those of you that have been at the P16 meetings that we've had in the Metroplex, Houston, and other areas, we had a little bit more information in terms of for example, we had our 7th grade cohort that flowed through the higher ed that showed really how your students went through the whole system. If we're only talking about your areas, that could be done. We also had some information in terms of when they got to college, were they retained or not, what was their 2-year persistence rate, and then how that compared to the statewide average. And if you'd like to have that, if we're talking about 7 or 8 areas, we can do that. In fact, we have it for some areas already. And so if you'd like, we could get Glenna, you could get some of that from either Mary or Susan to give you examples of that, and if you want to include that or not, because that's more specific. There's always the issue similar to what you were talking about with the P16 council. Do you just want that in one high school, or do you want multiple areas? And that's always been an issue for us when we go to larger regions. How many counties do we include in that? And you'd almost have to have one level. In big areas like Houston, we had provided reams of data for individual school districts, but we didn't present that because it's just too much. But when you do either a county or you do an individual school district, it's easy to present. So
that data is available for any county in the state?
We've run it for a large number of counties. We can run it for any county we want to.
As I understand it, that's part of what we brought the intern in for the summer who's going to be able to do that for the June 20th meeting.
Correct.
We're going to have it.
I'm just saying, do you want it as a piece of this or not? I know we're going to have it at the P16 Summit.
He was asking if we had it, and I was going to say we're in the process of putting it together right now by county.
Yeah, and we probably have 20 of the counties already, just because of what we've done in other places.
So when can we have that?
Well, we can, if
you can tell me that if you need it now, we can get that done. But we're, okay.
I will do Friday.
And, you might want to just get some examples from Mary or Susan of what some of those overheads look like so they can see if that's something they'd want to include or not. It may be too much, and that's for you to determine.
I'd love to get it too.
Just extra count.
Me too. I need it by June the 4th.
You just want Bastrop County?
And on Bexar County, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yours, I know, is already done.
Well,
because they do, we've run some of that.
Yeah, E3 does count Bastrop. Yeah.
Okay. We may have some of that already run.
Or Bastrop.
Within the context of E3.
Actually, come to think of it, I have it, but I don't think it's accurate.
Okay.
I mean, I know the graduation rates aren't accurate.
We'll pull that together.
Well, that's right. I need to review this.
What I want is you to review it for changes, and then we want the board members who have time to go through it and see where you would like to make suggestions for adding or taking away. The more people that look at it, the better we can get it. And I know that a couple of the slides are too wordy. We need to work on those. I'm sorry.
And the points below, those are just talking points. Those are not slides.
And they will not show, when you're actually showing it as a slide presentation, you will not see that text down below.
Many of these up front are slides I use all the time.
Yes, they were taken from your...
I don't know if you want it, but we probably have a tape somewhere where I'm going through these and talking about them.
Well, I'll also tell you, to get through this package, and it's a big presentation.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a long presentation.
And what I did is I drilled through the state information very quickly. So we're going to start at 30,000 feet, and then we drilled down to get to the local results. But I will say this, and of course, Lori, this is old hat to her, and maybe to even Elaine now since she's kicked hers off. But for the other board members, like, I know in Waco we don't have rating going. Joe could roll this out in Waco. I mean, we could get, Texarkana rolled out before we lose that board member. And all I can tell you is when I made this presentation, I went into, they asked me to speak for 30 minutes, and I was there for an hour and a half. I mean, I made a presentation for 45 minutes, and then they kept me there for 45 more minutes, asking me questions. And then getting a group of 18 people together to go to Austin was not a problem, because they'd balled in. So all I'm saying is I think we could cut it down, but it's I hope we can get all board members, not that this is the right one, just to be willing to go out and speak on behalf of what we're doing and believe enough in it to have the passion to do it. So,
especially the areas that aren't target areas, I think we all need to volunteer to go into some of those, because they are really, in a lot of ways, being left out.
And I think it resonates with somebody that's from that area. I mean, but if we don't have somebody in that area, then having one of us there as opposed to nobody there is a lot better.
We probably ought to find somebody from any area to go with us and introduce
previous board members.
Yeah, it's really good. So, okay, but I'll work on that and get my comments back to you.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, I think.
I'd like to make just one point. You have a DVD at your place. That is a DVD that has the commissioner and Dave Conley's the predominant portion of it. It's about 45 minutes. It is opened up with Senator Shapiro talking about White House Bill 1, followed with Commissioner Neely giving a public education viewpoint, and then the dialogue between Dr. Conley and Raymond. And it's an hour and 2 minutes in length. We have sent copies of this to every superintendent, every principal, high school principal, middle school principal, college and university presidents, chancellors, vice presidents for instruction, deans of instruction. And I have about 1,500 of them left. We are beginning to share those with faculty groups because we think these are good professional development DVDs. If you should have need for those, feel free to contact me or Georgia, and we'll get them to you if you have some occasion you'd like to share, because we do have a few extra right now.
Would this be helpful for the participants in the P216 Summit to look at, or is it? I haven't seen it, so I mean, if I were to send this to the 18 people coming from it, would this be helpful or not?
I need to think about that, because this is really focused just on one piece. It's focused on the work of the vertical teams, not work of the vertical teams, but the college readiness standards.
Right.
And we instead of getting them too bogged down in it, I'm not sure that would be a good thing to do at this point.
Good point.
Georgia, will you make sure that she's bringing you one now?
Just one other thing. The list that you wanted of the high school summer bridge, we do have available for you right now.
Good.
Who the institutions are.
Okay, thank you.
I'll email them.
Okay. Flora, yes. One more thing.
I just wanted to mention that a few weeks ago, David and Glenda and Mary Smith and I met with the Greater Houston Partnership regarding the state of higher education that we're going to, all of us, host in Houston as a kickoff in a different framework than the STAR Awards. Yes, it will be the STAR Awards, but it's going to be the commissioner speaking about the state of higher education, much like many of your communities probably have, the state of the city or the state of the school or the state of the county or state of the state. This will be the state of higher education. It's going to be held in Houston October the 29th. Something like that.
Sounds close.
Does that sound good? At the Hilton Galleria Hotel. That's given us a good rate, and it's going to be in conjunction with the STAR Awards and that normal training session that goes on anyway. I guess, Raymond and I talked about it. I don't know how it kind of evolved, but the STAR Awards in the past, and I'm not knocking it because I think it's fabulous, but it's known only and celebrated only to those that are finalists. Why else would you go if you're not a finalist? And if you only have 6 finalists or 8 finalists, then that's your audience, plus a sprinkling of people that are there at the conference. So we thought that if our board approved at the April board meeting the K-12 award, or part of the award, it could be a partnership or whatever, but that opens up a whole new group of people that will apply for the STAR Award. And if, in fact, it's framed differently in that Raymond will give the state of higher education, and then these 20 finalists, or something like that, or 25 finalists, will all be there. We pretty much decided, we were talking about 500 to 1,000 people, but as it turns out, the room only holds, what was it, like 300?
320 or something.
320. So the first year we're going to cap it at 320, and but I think that in keeping with what we've talked about so many times at retreats, to really open up what we're doing to the business communities and to the K-12 sectors and to the nonprofits and to all of higher ed. And, I would throw down the gauntlet and say, okay, this year in Houston, next year,
Bastrop.
At Lynn's house. Or at Lorraine's house. Or at Elaine's house. But, I think that this can be like a model that only gets bigger. And it's sort of like the state of the schools that we started in Houston around a board table with just like the audience, and then we went to a middle school, and then we went to a high school, and now there's 2,000 people that go to the state of the schools every year. And I think that that's what we can do, and that's getting the word out of the work that we do at the coordinating board, the work that our agency does, and certainly the commissioner and what he represents in the grand scheme of higher ed in the state. So that's what we're going to do. And I just, the Great Eastern Partnership has already agreed to partner. And should we tell them the other part? Oh, okay, the other part. We struggled with, can we, quote, make money on this? And our attorney was like, which way are you going to shake your head?
Nod or shake?
My personal attorney over there. We struggled with that, and could the money raised, because we can raise a lot of money on this if we wanted to, where can that go? Well, the Greater Houston Partnership is actually going to kick off some sort of a program where a scholarship would go to high school students across the Greater Houston area. And we thought, well, if that's the way that it's raised and the money goes that direction, that's exactly what we would do anyway. It would go through the College for All Texans and come out that direction. So that made it easy, because now we're not technically, our agency is not raising money. So the partnership, the Greater Houston Partnership said, we're in. And they will really do a huge effort of promoting it as far as publicity, and really getting the word out about the state of higher education. And so, anyway, it was very exciting.
Can we break our contract at that hotel that only has capacity?
I wanted to.
350?
I wanted to.
Sure, if we could have.
Well, yeah.
I wanted to. We could get 1,000 like.
Or do it, or just say we'll do something else at the hotel later.
It's not quite that easy.
That was kind of my thought.
There's a piece of the conversation that there was a discussion about noon versus evening.
Yes.
And evening, the folks from the Greater Houston Partnership didn't think they were less likely to get more than that amount anyway. If you were able to do it at noon, they thought they could get 1,000. And I'm blanking right now on the. For some reason, it was decided it couldn't be done at
the hotel
noon.
was unable to accommodate us at noon. Elaine Barber recommended no Monday lunches. She wanted to do it on Tuesday, and the hotel could have accommodated 650 people, I think it was, but they were already booked that day for an event. And the difficulty that we've had is Mary tried every hotel in Houston that she could come up with and could not get the right dates. We just need to start planning earlier.
The dates that have been sort of channeled through when you guys were available, and then also when regents were not having board meetings, and there are all these characteristics. Now, the option, I suppose, would be is if you wanted to have the gathering at a different location, you would have to break the deal necessarily with the hotel, although I think that dinner
do something else there. And the other thing was is that it had to be a member, the hotel had to be a member of the Greater Houston Partnership, and they are, which was good, but it could have gone anywhere. I mean, we could have done it, at the Hyatt Regency downtown, or, my goal would be the George R. Brown that holds 2,000.
Like what she thinks.
Look into next year.
And every board member ought to host a table, I think. I'll throw down that gauntlet.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
I mean, we could see if just having it in a different setting and use what we had arranged for the meeting. If we could have a lunch and then do something else at the dinner that night. I mean, that's something we could look at.
That's an idea.
And we wouldn't have to break the contract to do that.
Let's look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think we can get this large number of people this year, I think we ought to go for it.
Well, the only thing would be transportation for out-of-town regions and those people that are out of town. But if we went to like the Intercontinental, that's a member of the partnership. If we just moved it there for that lunch, I mean, just
are they nearby?
Yeah, very close. But
check that out.
We'll look into it.
Yeah.
The date is the
29th or something. It's a Monday and Tuesday. And so help me, I can't remember.
Well, we haven't put out registration yet for the conference, so it wouldn't be changing something. We could adapt our fee structure for the conference accordingly.
We need to ask the institutions to host tables.
Oh, they will. They will, and people like A+, the Houston Endowment,
We can fill the place
Shell.
up.
I mean, we'll have tables from all the major businesses and.
Right.
Hey, if nothing else, I can stand adjourned. Good work, Lori. Thanks for.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
With them being there.
Yeah.
And then we ran into Jeff Mosley in the lobby, which wasn't a bad thing.
Oh, they were falling all over there.
Thank you,
We
everybody.
didn't have to do anything.
Thank you.
Have a good day.